clobberin' time. It's clobberin' time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clobberers, clobberonimos, clobberoids, clobberots, clobberoosies, and everything else out there. The secret is to bang the rocks together, guys.
Clobberonimo!
Well, and to say that, of course. That should get them. That goes without saying. No, it shouldn't go without saying, because we like it when it's said, especially by the greatest first officer in the fleet. Hello there, number one. What's up?
Hi, I love you. I'm so happy to be here, and we're going to have so much fun tonight. And yeah, good show, great show. We've got lots to dig into, boss, lots to dig into. How are you today?
Oh, always looking better. See, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't even speak tonight, but not that I ever can, but always looking forward to hanging out with my great friends here tonight. Always cheers me up and gets me in a good mood, and always, because you are all just so excellent, and I'm looking forward to this. Can't wait on this Labor Day weekend. I figure a lot of people are probably out of town, so we won't have quite as many people popping in tonight, it would seem. But that's okay. We're here, and we thank everyone for being here, whether they are, as many do, lurking, or whether they're watching on a download or a rewatch, however that works. And, of course, hanging out with us in the chat on this lovely, if a bit heated, well, not as hot as the past couple nights anyway, Saturday night. And I just can't wait. Can't wait.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. So, number one, opening words.
Well, thank you so much, boss. I do have some opening words. Good evening, everyone. Hail to the chat. It is so nice to see all of your beautiful, happy, shining faces. You guys are the best of the best. It is so good to see one and all. We're going to dig into it tonight. We got some Voyager to discuss. And I want to say hail to the wrenches. Thank you so much for being here and helping us to do the show tonight. I also want to give a shout out to Max Redstone. Max, he's taking some antibiotics right now, and he's getting his butt kicked a little bit. As many of you know, he had an operation so that he could have an operation. So, it's been building up, and he's been going through a lot, and he's doing his best to recover. And it's just, he means a lot to us around here. He's made a lot of friends here, and he's a part of the 735 Club. So I thought you should all know about the update. Please keep sending prayers. Please keep sending, nice wishes and good vibes, or just even sending him a note on Twitter and just saying hello to him and saying, hope you're feeling well. He's just, I know he could use some extra love. So shout out to Maximum Redstone. We're thinking of you tonight, sweetheart, and get well soon. I also want to shout out our good friend Enigmatic Drop Bear. Enigmatic Drop Bear has gone full on Kojak, and he is Captain Kojak. He's not Captain Picard because he's way cooler than Picard. He doesn't have to call a meeting to go to the bathroom. So we're going to call him Captain Kojak for now. Enigmatic Drop Bear, he's going through chemotherapy, and he decided after a lot of his hair fell out to shave. So everyone, he's got a sexy chrome dome. So love the chrome dome. Everybody send some rubs to Enigmatic Drop Bear's dome. Enigmatic Drop Bear, you're on a team, and we all love you so much. And we are all sending our love, our support, our prayers, our warm wishes, our hugs, all of our positive energy to you. You're going to beat this. You're going to beat this handily. And you have a team of people who love you, who are standing behind you. And I know I speak for everyone in the 735 Club, and of course for Clubby too, when I say that. So love you, sweetheart. Absolutely. I bet you're ridiculously handsome, Captain Kojak, Enigmatic Drop Bear. And I'm so proud of you. Fight, sweetheart. And I want to say hello to my Patreon subs. I have 17 marvelous human beings who are backing my new book that I hope to have ready and raring to go by December. It's been quite a year trying to write a book in a year, folks. I don't know if this was a fool's errand or what I've done, but I'm going for it. Larry, thank you so much for your support, for everything that you do for everyone around you. You are a great friend. Thank you. Tony Stark, thank you so much for your generous support. You and Larry are so generous in your support of my book, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Please make sure you follow Tony Stark. He's a heck of a nice guy. I also want to shout out Sean Carter, Cardinal Sin, Shooter, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric K and his trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, of course, Captain Kojak himself, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with a C and his beautiful family, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, he is Kirok, Dadman and the Dadman clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance and Rob Altes. Thank you for backing my book. I don't know how else to get classic episodic science fiction without your help. And I appreciate you more than simple words can convey. And with that out of the way, I'm going to toss it back to the boss and just say, boss, Captain, is it okay for me to tell you that I love you on the bridge?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll allow it just this once.
Let's do it.
We'll allow it just this once, I guess. Thank you, number one. Love you, and still glad to have you back here. Everybody, yes, I hear you, Joseph. A damn shame that he is wasting away in Margaritaville.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett, what a shame. R.I.P., sir.
R.I.P.
Cheeseburger in paradise, anybody?
Yeah.
Could use a cheeseburger right now. Yes, indeed. So, well, what do we got going on? So I guess we should just get into business. We'll do our show notes and shout outs.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get down to beeswax in short order. Let's see. All right, everybody. We always like to shout out our fantastic wrenches to do so much for us over the course of the weeks and everything. So just can't really put into words, but we at least like to shout them out because it's such a part of the show. Eric K, the Bronze Wrencher. Hello, buddy.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
The Vindicator Wrench of the Great White North. Chris Persia. Yo, bro.
Sweetheart of a human, thank you for the beautiful show poster that you're plastering all over social media and promoting Clobby's channel and this show and all of Clobby's shows. You are just such a loyal and wonderful friend. Thank you for using your expertise to promote us. You're the best. You the best, baby.
Thank you so much. Whether they're here or not, they get to shout. The great D. Bud Martin, Wrench of
Hey, D-Bud.
LT, Lord Thoth, brother. Always good to see. I think I saw you. I hope you're still here. I think I saw you pop in. You were here earlier. Shout out to you, sir. Always great to have you here. Long live the Legion. Avon lives, or the other way around, even as well. Avon lives. Long live the Legion. Shout out to your lovely better half, the goddess of wrenching, Lady Thoth, and your cool doggy. So,
LT.
I hope one of these days we can get together and hang out, man. It's been too long, but I'm always honored to have you here, sir. My partner in crime on Earth, B, fellow reviewer of comics, a Legionnaire reviewer extraordinaire, by the way, and other things. He is the Wrench Without Fear, J-Man. Gasp, choke.
J-Man. Don't forget, Jason, that's his real name, Jason, is an author, a horror author, and he has books for sale on Amazon, and he is another one of those indie authors. And so, you know, he's out there hustling his buns, promoting all of us. So it would be nice if we could give him a little pat on the back and support him as well. So find J-Man on YouTube, find him on Twitter, and enjoy his YouTube shows with Clobby and all the things he does. But don't forget to stop by his Amazon store and maybe buy the book, especially if you like horror.
Please go to his channel and like and subscribe. The links are all down there below, and we'll get the links in later as well. Hungry Boy, master of the Clavoni, comic artist extraordinaire, cover artist of the great Science Fiction Tales by Commander R.M. Briggs.
HB. I got to give a super shout out to HB because I was watching a bunch of people having a conversation about how this sort of liquid type of purple is really in right now with comic books. And it's also really in with advertising and film. And so all of these people on Twitter were going on at length. Well, I guess it's called X now. They were all going on at length about this really sexy and intense purple. And the first thing I thought of is, well, HB was first to that last year when he painted the cover for my book. It's an actual painting, and it has all of those glorious colors that everyone is bragging is the new thing for comic books and the new thing for advertising. So HB is a trendsetter, a year ahead of everyone. HB.
Stephen Callell. I haven't seen him in a while, but I hope the Super Wrench Supreme is doing well.
Real soon.
I hope it's all right up there. Oops, what I did. I had a bad button. All right. Maddie's daddy, if you do the Wrench Beyond here, Thor in Vegas. Hope you're doing great out there, you and Maddie, buddy. And of course, that rascally wrench himself, the Fatty Outsider.
Fatty.
And you mentioned him earlier, Clobberin Time's own Music Meister, Maximum Redstone.
You better be in bed, Max. And don't you dare come into the chat. You stay in bed, and everyone here will just send you the love, and you can look at the love when you're feeling better. Don't get out of bed. I will come for you.
We're all here for you, dude. Watch out. Choke that wrath there. So also here with us tonight, we have a few friends with us. Again, I'm thinking maybe just Labor Day weekend, people are going, traveling, or I don't know. So we don't have a big crowd yet, but I'll read off whom we have so far and yell at everyone else accordingly. Where were we? Simply Steve.
Hey, baby. Hello.
Yes. Joseph Dredd, here comes the judge.
The judge.
Shooters here.
Pew, 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 pew.
Let's see. Penny. Hey,
Oh,
Penny.
nice to see you.
Yeah, good to
Thank
see
you
you,
for
Penny.
joining us.
Michael Beacom, but he said he can't be back maybe till much later, but he left me some reviews. So,
Oh,
Michael,
nice.
and hope you
Shout
and
out to
Cassandra.
Michael and Cassandra.
Hope you and Cassandra are doing well. JT Kirk.
He is K-Rock.
Oh, I wanted to thank you for the $2 super chat. Thanks to you, Eric K, for that. I think Raquel loves Neelix and likes Cass. You could be correct. I mean,
Eric, shin kicks.
I've
Shin
heard
kicks.
I've heard those rumors.
I'm gonna rover Eric. Does somebody want to rover Eric for me in the chat?
Yes, indeed. Again, the aforementioned great enigmatic drop bear. So glad to have you there, my friend.
Yep.
Always so glad. Doc Fortune.
Hey, Doc. What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc? Dave G Sound. What's up, Dave G?
Not just another body of water.
Absolutely, ishness. Hey, Raymond Feliciano of
King Dolphin TV.
SP4H. Hey.
Evening.
Rita Iben Muhammad. I'm sorry if I messed it up, man. I'm really sorry, but it's wonderful to see you. Thanks for popping in. Rita is how you say that, right, Rita? I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly.
I didn't see it. It's gone for me.
Yes. The Tetrarch of Apathy. Hey, good to see you.
So apathetic.
But he cares. Ravenscroft, what's up, my friend?
Hey, Ravenscroft.
All right. Sander Hammerslag.
Sander!
Stephen S.
Good evening, Stephen. Nice to see you again.
And Lemon Pie's here.
Lemon Pie.
Oh, thank you, Rita. Appreciate that. Good to see you.
Got it right.
Cardinal Sin. What are you doing, bro?
Cardi!
What's up, man? Well, hope you're doing great out there and having a good time. And it's good to see you. Everyone, the great Cardinal Sin. Let's see. I guess that's just kind of one of those weekends. Everyone's probably out and about. So we'll just start out. And if anyone pops in, we'll, of course, get them noted. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even thinking about being I guess people do travel for Labor Day weekend here anyway.
They do. It's the last of the summer months, especially for people who live in the north, like who live in the more northern states and live in Canada. And there are also plenty of parents who are currently preparing for their kids to go back to school. So it seems like the entire house is in chaos, and everybody's buying back to school clothes and school supplies, and they want to get that last weekend in at the lake or wherever. And so yeah, it's going to be a busy 2 weeks, I think, for a lot of folks.
I hear you, Sandra. Please, Sandra
hey! Here. Oh, and look at those two lovebirds. Look at them making out in the chat. You crazy kids. All those years married, and they're still romantic in the chat.
Well, why not?
That's right.
Indeed. So let's see here. All right. Well, I guess we'll just we'll begin. For those who are always, and by the way, thank you for those who are lurking, and thank you for those who are watching on a download or a repeat or a rewatch or however you want to call it. What is Saturday Night Star Trek? Well, Saturday Night Star Trek is basically a little while back, my wonderful, at the time, very new friend, now a very old and beloved friend, number one, and I got together and decided to undertake the perilous mission of reviewing all of Star Trek, real Star Trek, legit Star Trek, no fake crap, with a 735, as she determined by number, the 1966 to 2005. So, and we were to review them all, of course, in the chronological order, or in order. So, in the January of 2021, we undertook this brave, bold task and decided to start with the original series, which we did.
Mm-hmm.
Then we reviewed the animated series,
Mm-hmm.
the original crew films, Star Trek The Next Generation, the TNG films, then Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and now we're currently getting into the early stages of season 2 of Star Trek Voyager. We don't have an exact setup reference point as we have for some other stuff, but this book up in here is sort of one of our resources. I don't have a picture of the other anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Star Trek Voyager Companion. And now what I will do is, of course, turn it over to my wonderful first officer. She will tell us a little bit about her types of reference points she likes to use for each episode, and then we will get on with it. That, of course, I didn't do my show notes, did I? I'll do them later.
Okay.
See? I always
That's
forget
okay.
stuff.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay. Did you want to do them now?
I'll do them really quick, I guess. See, assuming that you. Just quick show notes. Monday night. Wait, what? Where are you?
Bubba Doom.
What I got?
Good evening, Bubba Doom.
Bubba Doom. Good to see you, man. Monday night's just going to be an open show, but I will be at J-Man show Monday channel at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 for our usual Legion of Superheroes get together, where he and Sean and I continue our ongoing chronological coverage, review coverage of the Legion of Superheroes through Silver, through Bronze Age, the only thing that matters. So no, they don't really have any show notes from that, so that's good. So number 1, take it away.
Well, be there, be square, folks. Yeah, the boss is right. Around here, we don't really like using any of that. When you go to some Star Trek chats, right? You see that people are just like power dumping all of this stuff from IMDb and Memory Alpha and all these user-generated sites. And it's really bad because it's actually created like a cacophony of utter crap, and no one knows what is truth and what is fiction, and factoid. People think they're facts, but they're actually not facts, and that's a really bad problem in the Star Trek community. So you won't see that power dumping from those user-generated sites here. But what the boss was actually getting at when he was explaining it to you is we usually read a book together. Unfortunately, the references for Voyager, they're not conducive to podcasting. So if you're looking for information on Voyager and you want it to be good information, not the cesspool that is Memory Alpha because it's now polluted with the filth, or the crap that's on IMDb that's almost always wrong, and I really mean that. Go look; it's really bad. It's better to just use the Star Trek Voyager Companion. There's also another book called Star Trek Voyager: A Celebration. And so this is like original source material, these 2 books. And we have some lovely folks in the chat, people who are active members of the 735 Club. They are Clobberanimos, they're Clobberooskies. They will provide that type of background information if you're looking for it. All you need to do is ask. But I strongly encourage you not to go to those user-generated sites because they're just crap. So what we do instead is I read the plot from Wikipedia, and sometimes it's wrong. It's always written really, the writing is horrible. But Claudia and I correct it. But the thing is that it's vital to the show, because not everybody gets a chance to sit down and watch these episodes. So it's nice to have that little summary to refresh your memory of what happened, what transpired in the episode, so we can discuss it. And we do discuss it. The boss and I do. And then the captain and I grade it, and then we throw it over to the chat, and the chat gives their grade and their individual grades and their individual comments, and we discuss it. And all of this was Clobby's idea. Captain Clobby, he wanted this to be like a mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. And that's what we have. And we have this marvelous thing that's happening here, this marvelous enterprise, ha ha ha, pun intended, because of Clobby. And so it's going to be great fun. None of this is rehearsed. We don't talk about our reviews beforehand. We don't do any type of watching together and criticizing or laughing. Everything that is happening here is organic, and it is super, super fun. So I hope you will saddle up, lock and load. We're going to have a great time tonight discussing these 4 episodes of Voyager. And I think that should cover it. What do you think, boss?
I think that should handle it. Absolute Parker Luck. Hey there. Thanks for joining us. I'd have to give that question some thought. It was an interesting question, but it would take a while for me to really give you a good, honest answer. So check back with me on that sometime if you would. So where were we? Okay, so should we start with our first episode of the night?
We should. I just want to say with Dave G sound that I am no longer allowed to use the term lovebirds, because all Dave thinks about is Odo feeding Kira like a mother bird when they kiss. And he said that he would like to thank me for putting that image in his head. And I would just like to say, Dave. Sorry, man.
All right, well, okay, for our first episode of the night is Tattoo.
It is. Tattoo is season 2, episode 9. It is production code 125. This first aired on November 6, 1995, and I've been watching it ever since. Wow, the Wikipedia article looks really long, folks. I'm going to try and read it as quickly as I possibly can, because I don't even think it's worth this long read. Sorry, foreshadowing. Spoiler alert. Yeah, this is super long, folks. Well, I better get to it.
Don't worry about it.
Leading an away team to an uninhabited moon, Chakotay comes across a familiar symbol drawn in the ground. He has a flashback and remembers seeing a similar drawn symbol by his Native American tribe on Earth when he was a young boy. Well, that's not true, because his Native American tribe isn't from Earth. No. It's from a colony on the edge of the Cardassian neutral zone. So that's wrong.
Yeah.
Tuvok attempts to question him about it, but he is reluctant to discuss it with him. He tells Captain Janeway about his discovery, though, and the two of them find a warp trail leading away from the moon to the planet. They decide to investigate, both to pursue the mystery of the symbol and because the planet contains useful minerals. Efforts to reach the planet are inexplicably hindered. Yeah. Isolated storms form instantly when the crew tries to beam down by transport. And when they take a shuttlecraft, more intense storms develop, making approach difficult. Now, I want to put emphasis on that, because they try to explain this flip of logic later on. So bear that in mind, folks. Keep that in the forefront of your mind. When they finally touch down, Neelix is attacked by a hawk and must be transported back to the ship. Yes, you heard that right. Chakotay has further flashbacks and remembers hiking through a rainforest on Earth with his father in an attempt to locate their ancestral tribe. As a teenager, he has been unreceptive to the experience, telling his father that their heritage was unimportant and that they should embrace the 24th century rather than focusing on their past. The Voyager away team discovers structures similar to those that Chakotay and his father discovered on their journey. I mean, come on. That's not a coincidence. It's just dumb. Anyway, Chakotay believes that they are being watched by the local inhabitants and orders the away team to lay down their weapons to make it clear that they are not a threat. He recalls his father doing the same thing, upon which the rubber tree people his father was seeking emerged from the forest. A storm appears from nowhere, and a crew are forced to beam back to Voyager, and the crew, sorry. Chakotay loses his comm badge and is trapped on the surface. More garbage. He dons some native clothes that he finds on the ground and goes searching for the inhabitants of the planet. Meanwhile, Captain Janeway decides to land Voyager to search for their missing commander. Yes, that's right, folks. She decides to land Voyager on a planet that they can't beam out of and that they fear they've lost a shuttlecraft to.
Right, but we'll beam down there. We'll just land there.
Just let's take them all in. Let's take
God.
all 150 souls and the ship in. As with the shuttlecraft, a storm forms. Gee, you think? And they begin their landing sequence. The storm quickly grows to a cyclone strength, setting Voyager on an uncontrollable crash course. I don't know if I believe that either. How dumb. On the planet, Chakotay slips through a lightning barrier to enter a cave for shelter and is confronted by a local population. They bear the same tattoo as Chakotay, who explains that he wears it in honor of his father, as his father did before him. The locals describe how they gave a gift to Chakotay's ancestors to protect and care for the planet, but believe them to have been eradicated by other humans. Thus, the sky spirits believed Voyager's true intentions were to seek out and destroy them, and had been responsible for the various storms encountered. Chakotay convinces them that humans have learned from their mistakes and truly came to peace. They dissipate the storm around Voyager mere seconds before the ship would have crashed onto the planet. Yeah, I know, folks. It's bad.
Kitty Bear, hello.
Hello. For the
Welcome.
first time in his life, Chakotay feels a connection to his people. In a minor subplot, the Doctor wants to prove to the crew that he had that mild illness do not have to inhibit work. He programs a simulated flu for himself to act as an example to the rest of the crew. However, Supercast programs it to last longer than he is expecting in order to prove to him that people who are sick deserve sympathy. Oh my God. And becomes a terrible patient, begging for the rest of the crew to look after him. Okay, so whoever wrote that, just shin kicks. Like, seriously, horrible writing. Also, what a crap episode. I can't even hold it in any longer. Boss, I'm going to put it over to you after enduring the horrible writing and incorrect information from Wikipedia. Please tell me, what did you think of Tattoo?
It's something to think about it, because there's another one of those but I'm gonna have to come up with a new term for some of these Voyager episodes. Maybe there were some TNGs that were like this. The evaporating episode, like as every about 10 seconds after I'm some information from the episode enters my granted screwed up head, it evaporates. Hey, Dad, man, what's up, dude?
Hey, Clan.
It's gone. So I'm like, I have to go back sometimes. Go, what did he say? What'd that say?
Yeah.
I guess I just don't really care that much. And this one's like that. I like Henry Darrow, good actor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from whoever remembers, he's been in the Trek episode before, but before he was in TNG once. But I liked him from High Chaparral. So good actor, good. It's cool to see him. I like Chakotay just fine, but this, there are things I want to say about it that I think I would get in trouble if I say it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yep.
The whole Noble Savage stuff and all the
Noble Savage stuff is really bad.
I can't stand without going too far into it, folks. The Noble Savage concept, which is really overused in science fiction, and it's not a science fiction concept. It's another type of societal science concept, but it is used in that a lot. I cannot stand it. Ray Lucard.
Good evening, Ray.
So I don't like it here. It bores me. This episode just kind of bores me. And when you mention that stuff about anytime the characters, decide to do something really freaking stupid, like landing the ship, you killed the episode for me right there. Right there, I was already not liking it. When she's going to land the ship,
yes.
I'm like, well, are you serious? Why? I mean, how many other times where you could probably, if there's every time you could, if you have a landable ship, how many times did it never even enter into the conversation? Scuba Pete. How many times?
Stitch.
And Leslie.
Hey, good evening, Leslie. Yeah.
If you can land the ship, and we know we can't, how many times did it never come up? And in this situation, you already can't beam down there, and you can't. The shuttles aren't doing that great. But you want to risk the Voyager?
And no one, and it's very important to mention that no one on Voyager knows how to land the ship. Tom Paris has only done it once, and
Right.
Janeway's never done it. So this would be only their second time trying to land the ship on a planet.
What in the name of heaven is this?
It's just silly. This episode's really just mostly boring. It doesn't have any kind of particular coherent story. That what I can't remember the name of these beings that are supposed to be sort of like the what they call the caretaker? No, not the caretakers. They're the
no, the inheritors, I think.
inheritors. They're supposed to be sort of like the providers or
Mhm.
or no, what was that group? What was the ones that, from this side of paradise that we later
Oh, hold on.
starts
I
with the
can't.
P.
The no,
Not the providers. That's somebody. That's
the
that's-
progenitors.
This game's a stretch.
I don't remember. I actually don't remember. I don't.
Oh, anyway, there's this group. Actually, they used them a lot in some books too, where they were they kind of were running around doing well. They're the aliens basically that put the obelisk on the planet with Miramonte's people, and they were taking. They're the ones that took the the Indians from Earth and put them on that planet and stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's see how to. All right, hey, Classic Comics, what's up, dude?
Hey, Classic Comics.
Good to see you. All right, so go ahead with your notes.
Okay, if you're new around here, I rewatch Star Trek every year starting in January. I have watched Star Trek my entire life. Okay, and so I take notes while I watch the episodes so that Clobby and I have things to discuss. Kes admonishes the doctor, telling him that he's never felt pain and that he's never been afraid. This is not so. In projections, the doctor feels pain and the doctor is very afraid. As everyone in the chat will recall, just a few episodes ago, Berkeley, my beautiful broccoli, and the doctor get into a slapping match, and it's quite funny, especially when the doctor admits that broccoli hurt him, and of course,
Yeah, that's right.
Broccoli is trying to convince him that he's Zimmerman, right? He also has a killing head. His head is killing him, right? He has sharp pains that are like in between a migraine and having a stroke. And he's in agony for most of the episode. So once again, Jerry Taylor is supposed to, that was her job before. I guess she's an executive producer now. Whatever. Somebody should have caught this in production. This show needs an editor. It needs a shepherd. It needs someone to come in. I mean, it's very difficult to churn out episodes and to write, especially in a writer's room where everyone's just going at it at once. And it isn't a single author with a beautiful short story that's being turned into a teleplay. It's more kind of like, let's put a pot in the middle of the room and throw whatever ingredients you want into it. And so if that's what's happening, you really do need an editor, because it ruins the show. Anyway.
I would not be surprised, by the way, if there were people that do catch that kind of stuff back then and being cynical and go, who cares? But throw it in there anyway. People can't prove when this is happening or at one point. Who's gonna whine about it? Just a bunch of fans. We don't care about those losers anyway. I'm not saying that happened.
No, but I do like that you're bringing that up, though, because that is what the studio people said. And they said it to Gene Roddenberry so often that Gene Roddenberry fought back and said, no, my audience is intelligent. But of course, Gene Roddenberry wrote a very cerebral, esoteric show that was supposed to be for science-minded people, hard science-minded people. And so they cut him off at 79. So it's, well, actually, technically the third season is the corporate season. So, but Gene Roddenberry had faith in the audience. But I don't like that.
The Wolf Breaker's here.
Hey,
Hey.
Wolf Breaker. Yeah, I'm
Oh.
not really into the whole like the public are stupid or the public are sheep or the public don't know any better. I hate that kind of propaganda. I don't like it
Agreed.
at all, and I don't like where it comes from. Anyway,
Yeah, me either.
there are hundreds of First Nations tribes in Canada. I do enjoy the expression and exploration of First Nations storytelling. However, this one falls apart and it gets into that noble savage thing, where it could have been quite delightful because Chakotay is not from Earth. Chakotay is supposed to be from a neutral zone that was claimed by a colony, and I believe we later learned that it's like 400 years they've been there. And so that this, what I don't appreciate in this episode is that we could have integrated the alien thing, but instead we turn it into South America and we turn it into Earth. I don't even know why we're on Earth, because we're supposed to be on a colony on bordering the Cardassian border. So I don't like how they try to tie in Earth, because I think then you can very quickly change your subject matter from expressions and exploration in homage to First Nations people and Aboriginal people into a mess that insults everyone and insults everyone's intelligence, and people get upset. So they just should have left the colony on the Cardassian border. And this whole stuff with Earth doesn't even make sense. I don't even understand how they were able to get that on the show without somebody raising their hand saying, but no one raised their hand. And that's quite shocking. I just want everyone to know that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kess.
Ooh.
I absolutely hate Chicken Man and I do not like Super Kess. When they go down to the planet, of course, they have Chicken Man with them, and they instantly begin talking about how they need a botanist. And so, if they needed a botanist, why wouldn't they bring down Kess, right? And why is there no botanist on board? And why is there no botanist on the away team? So this is supposed to be a botanical survey, and it also doesn't make any sense because they don't bring tricorders. So if you don't have an actual botanist there and you're doing a botanical survey, why wouldn't you use tricorders? Why would Neelix wind up? Neelix is always wandering off. I just wish somebody would just let him wander off and let him die. There's that time when he had his lungs beamed out of his body and yet lived for a couple hours while they tried to figure out what was going on. He goes down in a cave, and he's always wandering off. Just let him wander off and let him die. Don't look for him. Sorry, boss. The transporter doesn't work. It can't lock onto a signal. So why do they then beam out Neelix? Why would they even try? So it's not enough to say, oh, well, they try to correct that with a few sentences at the end of the episode. Why would they even try? If B'Elanna had established that she, quote, found it impossible, there was no way. She had exhausted every single way. So that's BS.
That was really dumb.
Yeah, super dumb. How is the transporter working in the storm that previously prevented beam out and beam up and down? Again, why even try? So we get Neelix out of Dodge very easily. Why would they even try? They should have put him in a shuttle and taken him up in the shuttle, right? But they beam him out like no problem. So they could scan the planet. So they could scan the planet for Chakotay and beam him up. This is another thing that people need to realize. They don't expressly need a comm badge. Okay, we know this. This has been established since TOS. They can detect a humanoid life form. They can detect biosigns from humanoids and even identify who people are without their comm badge. So this is again another epic fail. Good evening, Peter Notfinity.
Yes, and Turing Machine.
And Turing. Hey, Turing.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, and the coincidence of ancestry is just too silly. They're in the Delta Quadrant. So it makes sense that if we follow the original storyline, that Chakotay, his tribe, left Earth 400 years ago to settle in a Cardassian colony. Okay. And so they, or somehow they got there. Okay. So they're there. All right. And this is how they're having the alien interaction. This totally makes sense. And the fact that they went to the Delta Quadrant, and then the alien says that they waited 2 generations. But I'm not a fan of the resolution story. And the reason why I'm not a fan of the resolution story is I find it a little Rossicist. And the reason being is, the aliens went to Earth during the Ice Age, and they gave DNA to First Nations. But so then there are these First Nations that are on Earth that have the weird forehead. So what happened with the colony that went to the Cardassian border and wanted to be free of Earth and wanted to start again? So I don't like it. I find it very patronizing. I don't like the way that the alien talks to him, and it's almost as if they're saying the aliens gave those Aboriginal people their culture, which is very strange, and it's not good. And it's just, you just don't go there. Yeah, just, God, don't go there. Like,
One of one of the things that concerns me about that, also exactly along the lines of what you're talking about, is it would seem to me that tribalism would be something would be fairly in the antithesis to Star Trek's ideals. In other words, why are most of the humans of Gene Roddenberry's future just individuals? There happen to be Indians, just as there happen to be people of all different ethnicities working together, some mixed, some not mixed, but everyone's just themselves. Do they still have certain religious beliefs, or some of them still do have some of those? Yes. But why is it that this group of people, while they were certainly tribalistic so many years ago, but why now? That would seem to be the fundamental thing that's going to help us evolve as a society of individuals, is to eliminate, in my opinion, and this is just an opinion, is to eliminate tribalism of all sorts. Does that mean they can't have some sort of interest in their backgrounds, in their history, and their culture? No, I'm not saying that. But why would they continue to live the same way 400 something years later? Why would there be tribes? People interested in what their tribes were like before, yes. Why would there be tribes that believed all the same mystical things and stuff? They don't. Again, you talk about Rossichism. They're part of the human race that didn't evolve into Roddenberry types of human beings, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you think of that.
I understand, and that's a question for an anthropologist, because many people, many societies reject modernity and even reject any type of contact with society. And so, I'm not sure if that goes with the Gene Roddenberry vision either. So I'm not sure why we're there to discuss it. The only reason why the Chakotay story makes sense and why I like it is because they make clear that they don't give the information, but something like, I believe there's an episode coming up, and you'll see it, where they mention the word 400. I seem to remember that it's 400. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 400. Remember,
Yes.
everyone, I watched 735 episodes of and movies of Star Trek. I'm not just somebody who specializes in just one iteration of Star Trek. But anyways, so that makes sense to me, because it's like, oh, okay, this is cool. So what ended up happening is a tribe of Aboriginal people from Earth decided that they would go to the Cardassian border and have their own way of life, to have animism, to be one with nature, to get away from all of the technology on Earth. I think that is an incredibly interesting and cool story. I also really like the idea of aliens coming, and they're also Aboriginal people from the Delta Quadrant, and they somehow have mixed their DNA. And that's why some of their spirituality and their animism actually isn't a supernatural thing. It's actually a science thing. So that's all cool. But that's not what they're doing here. They screw the whole thing up by saying that they're the rubber tree people from Earth, which doesn't make sense. And Mark, our chief engineer, who's a part of the team here on Clobberin Times and Saturday Night Star Trek, he has provided all of the receipts that I'm talking about. They're in the chat, from the dialogue, from the actual script, where this alien begins to say horrendous things, like basically Aboriginal people were a vessel. Aboriginal people on Earth were a vessel, and they were filled with these ideas from these aliens, and that's where they got all of their ideas to migrate. That's where they got all of their ideas to explore. That's where they got all their spiritual ideas. That's why they decided that they wanted to protect the Earth and all these things. And I'm sorry, but that, for me, that goes way past the noble savage and goes directly into like, oh, belligerent. Oh, it's not good. It's just not good. We had the potential for something very Roddenberry here. Super interesting, super fun, super cool. But I do, like I said, I come from a country where we have very proud First Nations. It's my understanding that there are over 650 or 670 different tribes or bands here in Canada. I'm very proud of our First Nations and our Aboriginal people. They developed their own culture. No aliens came and gave them their culture and all of their ideas. And for these writers to do this with this and pull it away from the Cardassian border and put it on Earth, and then to act in this insulting and ridiculous way, I think is totally offensive. And it's difficult to watch. Something so special turned into complete and absolute slosh, like just absolute crap, flaming, fetid, maggot infested poop.
Wow.
What in the name of heaven is this? He's dead, Jim.
You know, it's almost like you're calling for this.
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Cass? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass.
Almost felt like you were looking for.
Yeah, just cleanse the stream with the claw bony. Yeah, I don't like this. Like I said, I just don't like it. And I think First Nations people, I don't speak for First Nations people, but I am a social scientist and I am an academic, and I think that that the semiology here is not on point. It's extremely insulting. And I think that it would have been better to leave this alien, to make it alien and to keep it alien, and to very respectfully explore some really super cool ideas about what would happen if people were opposed to technology and they decided to leave and go and make a colony and continue on with their traditional ways. I think that's a beautiful story, and to put it down to one particular tribe and then to say that they got their entire culture and all of their ideas and all of their intelligence and even some of their DNA from aliens is just absolutely horrible. Once again, I don't speak for First Nations, but I am very proud to be Canadian and to honor our First Nations people, our Aboriginal people, and this doesn't do that. This does the opposite of that, in my opinion.
I hear you, Suzanne Eckstein. Hello there, welcome.
Hey, Suzanne.
Minimus Prime is here as well.
Minimus.
Hey, Minimus. What was the name of that? I don't know if they didn't say it. I'm not sure they said it in the episode of This Side of Paradise, but later in some of those Kirk books, they gave a name to the beings that were manipulating, like putting people on different planets, doing all sort of kind of stuff. It started with a P, and I can't remember. Minimus might remember. Then again, he might not. So, all right. Go ahead. Your rating of this episode? Hey, Jonah Hicks.
This is 100% an F. This is a gigantic, nasty F. And I would also just like to flip the bird, like just to give a preservers.
There you go. Thanks. I knew you would know.
Yeah.
Reliable like clockwork for this group.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Would you give it? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah,
please.
it's an F plus 2 middle fingers. So on behalf of the First Nations Aboriginal folks that don't appreciate somebody saying that they were vessels merely to be filled by some aliens. Yeah, wow, double guns as far as the middle fingers go.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I give it a D minus. I mean, remember, I gotta get really angry to get to the F for me. Doesn't mean I don't like it. I don't think it sucks, and I agree with you. It sucks, but it doesn't aggravate me enough to get an F. But I don't like it. I think it's drivel. D minus for drivel.
D.
I used to have a DF saying I would call things. I used to call things drivel filth. So if you want, like, to give it a DF, a special DF rating, you call it drivel filth. But anyway,
It's a definite F with some more Fs from my fingers. Just
there you go. All right, my friends. Now what we will do is ask you for your rating, if any, of the episode Tattoo, and also any words you may have. If you could possibly keep it under the 5 range in terms of your chats, we appreciate it because we get so many people, sending stuff. If not, but if you can, we'd appreciate that. And while number 1 is tagging those, I think I have a couple of emails from our good buddy Michael Beacom, who could not be here yet. I think so. Let me go check.
And I'm not gonna mute because you're away from your computer, but folks,
no.
all that clicking is Raquel collecting all of your responses and placing them in a folder for Clobby so that he can read them. So please mind the clicks and the clicks and the clicks. Right. Sorry, everyone.
This is our good buddy Michael Beacom, who he'll see on his views on Tattoo are thus. Let's see here. He gives it a B. He says, I liked it. They dialed into the ancient astronauts trope with a lighter touch than normal for latter-day Trek. Casting Henry Darrow, well, I do like him, yeah. I think he means Henry. Oh, Henry, sorry, my bad. There. Bad eyesight there, Michael. As his father, it was a winning touch. Great scenes with the Doctor, and I could stomach Chakotay for once. Oh, he's not a Chakotay fan. Oh, not great science, but it felt more like sci-fi than Deep Space Nine, season 7. Well,
oh yeah, definitely. Anything feels more space or science than DS9. Boss man, Lisa, and Steve.
Which Steve? Oh,
Steve Mitchum's here.
Oh,
and so is Lisa.
We have a lot of Steves here. If you want to, give them a treat.
These are the Steves I know. 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 That is a joke from Kids in the Hall. The singing is supposed to be bad. If you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, please look up Kids in the Hall. These are the Daves I know. And I will not be responsible for this earworm being stuck in your head for the rest of your life. Anyway, it's a Canadian joke, and the Steves sure like it. I change it from Dave to Steve.
Yeah, well, Narad and Amanda Bear's with us as well.
Hey!
So good to see you, our old friend Narad. All right, let me see. Oh my goodness, Larry's here.
Larry!
All right, Larry.
You got to give him his Larry.
Oh, awesome. Larry is listen. I'm sorry. Larry. So
good.
Sorry, Larry. I'm sure he does not. Sorry, Larry.
I love it.
Blame it on Raquel, Larry. All right.
A man so nice, you got to say his name at least twice, perhaps thrice.
Perhaps thrice indeed. All right. Let's see what we have up in here in ways in terms of reviews from our friends. Bubba Doom says D. Only because Mother Hawk almost takes Chicken Man's eyes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was worth it. Chipotle, I don't get offended easily, especially on a racial level, yet Chipotle gets me often. Granddaddy would be mad. Oh my goodness. He said he had another. That said one of two. Is there another? Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. Hang on. All right. I want to like him, but he irritates me, says Bubba Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Like Clobby, I've got much to say, but I will say my family is supposed to be the roots of his walk. No, Granddad wouldn't smack him. Well, thank you, Bubba Doom. I appreciate that. Kitty Bear says it's a giant S, as in poop. Wow, he took a dump on that one. Thank you, Kitty Bear, for that dump on that episode.
That's my best purr for Kitty Bear. And guess what? Katie's here.
Katie, no, whoa, what you doing, Katie? Well, so good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well. Everyone, the lovely Katie Carr, our great friend and the greatest Voyager fan of all time. All right, let's see what we got next. Who is up next? Oh, okay, here we go. Scuba Pizza.
Scuba Pete.
And Scuba Pete says, D for dumb. I thought the naked Frito-Lay flashbacks to the rubber people was a bit of a stretch. That's no moon. It's a Frito-Lay czar. You may have been watching a different episode. Oh, maybe not. I'm not. Let's see. By the way,
What's up, Doc?
no, just checking something real quick here.
Okay.
JT Kerr says F plus. Wow. Everyone's so much. I love it when everyone's more angry than I am at an episode. I mean, Michael Beacom liked it, so there you go. And Lisa liked it. F plus. I haven't seen filler this bad since I duck go buttocks implants. Whoa, JJ.
JJ Berg.
Good one. The Voyager can't overcome typhoon level winds. An alien race travels across the galaxy to meet primitive humans. Yeah. I guess they like meeting people. Find your next one, buddy. Hang on.
They like meeting people, but they're also an a reclusive tribe that doesn't want any contact. So they like traveling over several generations to go meet people. They just don't want to meet anybody. Yes, folks, this is the episode you just watched.
Wow. He says an alien race taught humanity reading, writing, arithmetic. Gives them a DNA donation. Isn't that sort of like colonialist?
Yes.
These writers seem to have spent too much time with a certain pipe. Yeah, because aren't they trying to make a state? What's the whole point is to make a state against colonialism?
Yes.
And they're so dumb to make. Oh dear.
That's exactly it, folks. You just heard Clobby explain why I gave it an F. He just explained it perfectly. It was supposed to be anti-colonialism, and it was supposed to pay respect to First Nations Aboriginal people, and yet it did exactly opposite of that.
Well, look, they're Hollywood writers of the 1990s. Most of them, I mean, they're dumb now, but they were dumb back then. They just weren't as dumb as they are now, and that's bad. Tattoo. Katie, I'm so glad to see you, Katie. Hope you're doing well, dear. Let us know how you're doing. Says easy B plus. I really liked finally getting a Chakotay story and telling his perspective. I bought the storyline of his native relatives, and later in Human Error, Seven gives him a dream catcher. I liked Henry Darrow cast as his father. By the way, Katie, he doesn't come back, does he? Does it? The guy playing his father come back? Henry Darrow as his father when like any other scenes or whatever? No, yes, maybe.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Lisa also says B. She says B, actually. Mystical voyage into the lore of ancestors and contact with those that came from the heavens Anuaki. Sorry if I'm saying that badly, Lisa. I apologize. Very fun that the doctor got a taste of the other side of medicine. Way to go, Kess Lal Neelix TKO. Yeah, yeah. That scene was kind of funny. Do you have Shooter's number one? Okay, I know. No. I got it. Thought I passed it up there. Making sure. Sandra says D minus. So it appears the Delta Quadrant is full of humans. Where were they when humanity needed help against the founders? Also, another humans are too stupid to learn without alien help episode. Yeah, that kind of stuff. I never liked that ever, no matter who's doing it. I don't know what humans could have done in the Dominion War, but I do know that I'm with you on that one, Sandra. I don't like that kind of stuff either. Susan Eckstein gave it a D. No explanation, just a D. Thank you, Susan, for your review and for your rating. All views are cherished here. We love them. We have a diversity of opinion. We love that everyone's can. I want you always, all of you to feel free to put your opinion, whether anyone agrees with it or not. We're gonna have them. I love that, and I'm saying this also. Everyone here knows that who's our friend, but anyone out here who might be listening for the first time, on a lurking or whatever, something like that, you're gonna hear sometimes when majority of everybody will beat up on an episode, or the majority of episode will really love an episode. Either way, when you hear like the majority going one way, positive or negative, but there's always going to be someone here that disagrees with it and tells, and has something to say. And I like that. I like that about the way we have things around here. Shooter says D plus. The Delta Quadrant sure have a lot of things from Earth, but nothing from other Alpha Quadrant planets. Sure, that's believable. Lucky Chipotle learned of this culture as a young man.
It's a huge coinky dink.
Coinky dinky. Apart from the convenience of the situation, the story isn't too bad and provides some backstory to Chipotle's. You guys kill me when you say Chipotle's. And I like Chipotle. I'm a fan, but it's still this funny. Although I really didn't need to see his bare butt. Universal translator not working. I personally didn't need to see it either, but if some ladies enjoyed that, Shooter, okay. I can make this. I can turn my head once. Minor spoiler: they altered the doctor's program so he didn't have to say his catchphrase. Yet, in a later episode, it is heavily implied that this was not possible.
Well, Shooter, I totally agree with you. I also love how Super Cass knows how to program the EMH. I think it's incredible. Super Cass, 2-year-old Super Cass, who is an entomologist, a botanist, a physician, a computer programmer, a pilot, an interdimensional telepath, a 2-year-old ambassador, a telekinetic power specialist. She has molecular vision. And godlike life-giving powers. Yes, it's all coming clear. It's Super Cass.
Yep. Where is Super Cass? I thought I had a Super Cass.
You have Super Cass. I put it on your.
I don't have it.
It's right. Do you see it?
No, I don't have it.
I can add it to the stream.
If you could, because it's not there anymore. I was looking for it while you were saying that.
Oh, there. It should be up now, but there seems to be a significant delay.
Weird.
Oh, maybe because you were using an overlay? I don't know.
No. Maybe it's in a different spot.
There it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Everyone, guess who made this? Gwagnar. Gwagnar.
I don't have it.
Oh, it was just on the screen.
Where?
It was just on the screen, then it went away.
I put it on the screen?
Yes. And then it went away.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second.
There it is. There it is. It's back.
That there?
Yes. That was made by Gwag. Super Kess and Neelix, the Barf Wonder, fighting
Oh,
to
that's
make
Super
sure
Kess.
bad episodes never get good.
I was thinking about a video though, like this one.
Kess, Super Kess. Oh God, I love Greg. Shout out to Greg.
That was the one I thought I had on the other one.
What in the name of heaven is this?
Super Cat. I love that. Never gets old to me. The Super Cat. I actually think she's okay when she's not being annoying anywhere else. But I'm sick, man. I don't mind her. All right. Shooter says, I found the Dr. B story quite enjoyable and the AI learning and growing in a positive manner and a bit of humor there. Thank you, Shooter. Let's see. Let's get a move on here. Enigmatic Drop Bear says, F. Another episode letting us know the Delta Closet folks are just around the metaphorical corner with yet another species that seem to share some sort of affinity with Earth. Let's see, up in your. This time, rather than using allegory, the writers proposed a particular group of humans are judged more enlightened than others, so worthy of being bestowed a culture that apparently befits them.
It's
that kind of stuff. Oh, I hate that crap.
It's so bad. It's
really
so
hate it. But that's the prejudice of these writers.
Mm-hmm.
This could have been an interesting story had they stuck to allegory and not anchored it in earthly concerns.
I agree.
Indeed. Very well said. Instead, it fell into didacticism, serving to lecture and divide the audience.
Yes.
Very well said. That's what I really hate about the episode the most. The transporter limitations and inconsistencies were an absurdity.
Yes.
Taking Voyager down to the planet was stupid. Voyager's vulnerability to terrestrial weather systems was ridiculous too.
Enigmatic Drop Bear. I totally agree. Captain Kojak, you nailed it. Drop the mic.
Absolutely agree with you on that one.
Perfect review.
Chakotay's dad comes back in season 2. Is told that Sessa's was okay. Thanks, Katie. I was just curious. Appreciate that. I didn't realize that. Gotcha. Let's see here. Phantom Outsider was a man. He might still be a man. Let's see. D. Dumb.
Yeah.
First, Chipotle was allegedly descended from South American rubber tree people. I don't know or maybe then I don't know if I can contact my ancestors in the afterlife is stupid. To think the afterlife is limited. 4 of those will tutor to a single space sector. I never lied. I think it means I never liked Chipotle's unnamed BS tribe since the advisor they used was a fake native. High point in the episode was when Neelix was ordered beamed out of a clear attempt. Hang on.
What in the name of heaven is this?
That's it. To delete Chicken Man. Too bad it failed. Low point, Dr. Flu. He's a program he doesn't need to experience illness in real time. He can run a program lasting hours, hours, stats, and seconds. Yeah. Okay, that was, you're blowing my mind with your math. Every time you say there's 3 or there's 4, there's 5. I doubt the Lanyap would tolerate these aliens' claims. They lived in peace with the giants that occupied the eastern future U.S. But when they went insane, well, it didn't end well for those giants. Yeah, I heard they got knocked out of the playoffs.
Boss man, I thought you should know that Katie just dropped a little bit of news in the chat. Did you know that she has advanced in her company, in her ballet company? She got a little bit of a promotion and she's pretty
Oh,
happy. So she's sharing it in the chat. And so
oh,
everyone, say congratulations to Katie.
oh my. Katie, that's fantastic, dear. Excellent, excellent. Keep on it. Keep going.
Sean Carter from Mars.
Is Sean
Good
here?
evening.
Sean.
Poopy day? I'm sorry. Did
What?
you smooch Dex's whole face? Just smooch Dexter. He's just the cutest dog ever.
Sean Carter, thank you. What happened? He didn't have a good day? He didn't have a good day, did he? Oh, man.
No, he had a crap day.
Sorry,
Sean.
well, yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. But you made ours better, so there you go. We appreciate that. Simply Steve said F rating, all titled Decon. A Chipotle main story lacked coherence. The doc subplot was as much fun as having an actual cold. One of these whole ship landing should have sunk.
Yep.
Yeah. But boy, the great Eric K says D. So you could beam, then you could not beam. That's right. No, it was the other way around. You couldn't beam, then you could. But yeah. You want to land the whole darn ship. What makes her think she could do this? One episode it did, but once again, I call for Bangway to be thrown.
I love it that they call her Bangway.
Bangway
or Insane Way. Like
Insane
both
Way,
are just they're perfect names for her.
Bangway. In the brig for a duration of the voyage.
Yeah.
Getting so sick of a starship that has no power could have been good. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I hate we need to stop at Texaco. I'm getting sick of that as well.
Raymond
What are
said,
they doing with all their energy? What are they doing? Are they
exactly? Raymond said, D, nothing more to say.
Oh, boss man, Joe Dog just walked through the door. Everybody, say hello to Joe Dog.
Joe Dog, what is up? Roof, roof. Always good to see you. Thanks for popping in.
Simply Steve says, to beam or not to beam?
Or not to beam.
That is the question.
That is the question. Dave G. Sound said, T is for tattoo. The Star Trek Voyager episode tattoo is worse than what happened to your old goldfish. Wow. That's a bit severe.
Sound.
That's a bit severe, sir. Joseph Dredd, here come the judge, says F. EMH programming himself a holographic flu virus. Terrible. Trying to land Voyager on a planet again, dumb. Especially in this case, because they didn't have any problem doing it the other time, but they couldn't get anyway. Yeah, you're right. Dumb. Neelix transports out, but then suddenly transporters don't work. Well, yeah. I mean, they didn't work going in. That's why they all flew in the first place.
Yeah, and they kept on saying it was the storms or whatever, but it's too dumb.
Me.
Boss man, you have received a gift from our very own Bubba Doom.
Thank you, Bubba Doom. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Bubba Doom. Says she'll always be Mrs. Columbo to me. Yeah, but it was
Kitty Bear says.
Hey, yeah, but it was news to him, by the way.
It's true. It's true.
Mr. The real Columbo didn't even know her.
Nope.
I think she was. That's why it show didn't last. I think she was a crazy, like a detective groupie. Who was running around lying to people that she was married to Columbo. Weird. He did have a wife, but I just don't think that was. I couldn't buy it. They never showed her, of course. Anyway, but where else? Where I? Yeah, nothing drives me crazier than these episodes where they have to concoct really dumb reasons why they can't beam down. And then every time that happens, they crash one of their 55 shuttles that must be on the ship. I mean, not just crash, it's destroyed. Then the next episode, they got a perfectly good shuttle. Now, later they get the Delta Flyer. That thing was also just, they would wreck the crap out of that and it would be fine the next episode.
Yeah, and they have no energy. Apparently, these people aren't recycling anything, and they've just completely abandoned all the ideas of how we could fully sustain ourselves, how we could have self-sustaining galaxy-class starships.
He's dead, Jim.
Our final review of this episode, folks. Mark D with a C, the chief engineer, says C+. Great character study of Chakotay and his relationship to his father. It was nice to see a young Chakotay at first not seeing the wisdom of his dad's words, but learning to reconcile with his father's beliefs and then honoring him. The episode falls apart when we learn of Chakotay's dealing with the engineers with Prometheus that also created those new fake Gorn. Ugh. What? Anyway. If the inheritors gave people on Earth a genetic bonding so they might thrive and protect your world, they did piss poor job, epic fail. So, yeah, there you go, buddy.
In Oprah Winfrey's voice, you get a shuttle, and you get a shuttle, and you get a shuttle. Even though we have no energy and we have to stop at Texaco, we're out of gas.
Every episode got to pull over to the side of the Delta Quadrant.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need gas.
All right. We're ready to move on to our next episode.
Let's do it.
That would be Cold Fire.
Cold Fire. Cold Fire is Season 2, Episode 10. It is production code 126 if you were following along in the celebration or the companion. This was first broadcast on November 13th, 1995. I've been watching it ever since then. Why? I don't know. I may stop this year. Now I'm going to be reading from Wikipedia. It's likely going to be wrong and very poorly written, but I'm going to read it anyway, so I can jog your memory about what this episode was about. Let's do it. Cass and the doctor notice a peculiar change in the remains of the caretaker, the alien who trapped Voyager in the Delta Quadrant. They seem to be resonating in response to an unusual energy source. Remembering that the dying caretaker had mentioned a female of his kind, Janeway wonders if she could be nearby. Because that's what would make a rock vibrate, right? If so, a meeting with her could be their ticket home. As a precaution, Tuvok develops a toxin that could debilitate the female life form if she poses a threat. Following the energy trail, the crew comes upon a space station inhabited by Ocampa, who fire on the ship. Kes agrees to act as the crew's liaison to her people. And when the Ocampa leader, Tanis, boards Voyager, she assures him that the crew comes in peace. We come in peace. In a private meeting, Tanis tells Kes that the female Nasine, Suspiria, is nearby. She has taken care of this group of Ocampa for 300 years and has taught them to develop their psychokinetic skills. She shows Kes a sample of the powerful abilities she has yet to tap. Later, Tanis communicates with Suspiria, who demands that he deliver Voyager to her. What does God need with a starship? As Tanis leads the crew to Suspiria, he tutors Kes on her telepathic skills. The lessons nearly end in disaster when Kes tries to boil water with her mind and, to her horror, inadvertently boils Tuvok's blood instead. He's dead, Jim. He collapses, writhing in agony, yet somehow he survives. Yes, that's right. His entire insides are boiled, but he's alive. Tuvok recovers from the near-fatal incident. Miraculously, without even losing a beat. Kes realizes the full potential of her mental powers when her mind causes the plants in the aeroponics bay to burn up. Tanis urges Kes to leave Voyager and live on the Ocampa space station. I thought it was just an array, where she says she will be embraced by Suspiria and surrounded by her own people. Suspiria, who believes the lies spread by the Kazon and about others about Voyager, comes aboard. She tells Janeway that she will destroy them in retaliation for the crew's having killed the caretaker. By the time Kes becomes aware of her monstrous plot, Suspiria has already attacked several officers. Kes, in turn, attacks Tanis with her expanded psychic abilities, and Tanis's pain temporarily incapacitates Suspiria. Janeway is then able to fire the toxin, subduing her. Janeway, who wrote this? You should get rovered. Janeway allows Suspiria and Tanis to leave the ship, while Kes remains with her friends on Voyager. And that is all the stupid Wikipedia has to say via dozens of people who wrote that crap on Wikipedia. Boss man, what did you think of Cold Fire?
I'm just saying a lot so I can finish my thingy I was eating there. Sorry.
What in the name of heaven is this?
All right, now I'm done saying because it allowed me to get what I get. That was great. Yeah, good old Gary Graham. I like Gary Graham a lot, so it's kind of cool to see old Gary. You know, I guess it's probably his first, maybe his first foray into Star Trek. I don't know, but overall, I found it to be a relatively dull episode. Personally, nothing particular. Again, focusing. This is a kind of a episode I don't really care much for, where it's all about turning Kes into
Super
much more. Am I right in assuming, I know we don't have notes, that Suspiria is taken from the movie Suspiria by Dario Argento or whatever,
probably,
which spooked the hell out of me, because that movie spooked the hell out of me. Every time, all you have to do is say Suspiria in the episode, I'm like, ugh, give me the willies, don't say that. That said, I didn't find the episode particularly compelling or interesting in any way, shape, matter, or form. I was just waiting for it to end. As if, I don't really have a strong opinion. I'm just glad it ended finally. I didn't find it particularly much of a story, so just go ahead with your notes. I don't have a lot to say about it.
Well, folks, Super Kes has now exceeded the Dr. Beverly Crusher and the amount of super wonderful things she can do. Beverly Crusher, she has 12 doctorates, maybe 15 doctorates. But which, that tell me that you didn't go to university or college, or that you don't understand education in any way without telling me. Anyway, Super Kes has exceeded Beverly Crusher. Super Kes is now an entomologist, a botanist, a physician, an EMH programmer, a pilot, an interdimensional telepath. She is a 2-year-old ambassador and works on the bridge. She has telekinetic power. She has molecular vision. She has godlike, undisclosed godlike life-giving powers. So she is basically a Q. And I wrote underneath, what does God need with a starship? Tanis calls Kes young and naive. We know, but she's Super Kes. The episode establishes that the Okampa live until they are 20 years old. So it's getting more and more disgusting that Kes was with Chicken Man when she was 1. Anyway, if Tanis communicates with Suspiria telepathically, why does she need to take a human form to communicate, as Tanis says? That doesn't make any sense. Also, in case you were wondering, I hate Neelix. This entire episode is Stephen King's Firestarter. There's absolutely no way around it. It is 100% Firestarter, and it's annoying. There is no way Tuvok would survive being boiled alive. He had all of his blood in his body boiled. He was boiled alive. He would be dead. This reminds me of when they took Neelix's lungs out. And of course, that's it. He's dead instantly. Just his internal organs, he would just be a mass of blood, just a cadaver with blood. It's just dumb. Anyway,
his face was on fire. I mean, it was bursting with blood. And after that, he's fine. Boom. So,
and they described it as all of his blood being boiled. So it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Anyways, Kes burnt all of the food that she was supposed to be growing, although it wasn't food and it wasn't enough to feed anyone more than a meal or two. If you've ever grown a garden, you know that farm that she's growing in the cargo bay, I don't even understand it. She might as well just be growing a chia pet. Chia. Kes is Q. The Kazon are Klingons, And there is nothing new here. This is just old shite served up as though it's new. But if you watch every iteration of Star Trek and you are a hardcore Trekkie, you know that this is poo. We get some serious poltergeist and imaginary friend from TNG here. So we know that this is the poltergeist experience, and we have almost an entire repetition of imaginary friend from TNG. If you watched imaginary friend from TNG, you know what I'm referring to. Paris says, Tom Paris actually says this: the entire molecular structure of the ship is coming apart. Just rando style. This is the pilot. This is the pilot sitting at the con piloting Voyager. And he says, I'm going to say it again, the entire molecular structure of the ship is coming apart. What? What? Super Kes is
That's
more
pretty bad.
powerful than Tanis. And this is just extraordinary, isn't it? So everyone with internal bleeding is okay. She's liquefying people, baking people from the inside, boiling their blood, but they're okay.
Yeah.
And what is really stupid, beyond stupid, like you take some stupid and you add some stupid, and then you smear some poo on stupid, and you get Kes saying the following: without Tanis's help, I can't do it. Okay, without Tanis's help, she can't do it. So if she needed Tanis's help to do it, then why did she almost boil him to death? Or so he was helping her? He was helping her to boil himself to death from the inside? Is that what happened there?
What in the name of heaven is this?
I guess.
So she nearly killed Tanis, but she needs his help to have her powers? Please, God, please help me, please.
Yeah, Jim.
It's dead, Jim. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead.
Dead.
It's dead.
Oh my God. I got you. I don't understand either, but you got me too.
What in the name of heaven is this?
So let's see here. Let me, at least we could
It's an F. I just changed I don't know if you heard me erasing and then writing, but I just changed it from a D to an F. I can't even handle it. It's so much dumb. There's so much dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Mm-hmm. So basically, your biggest problem with it is
Kes. Super Kes.
I am a doctor, not a voyeur.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kes. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kes? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kes. Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kes. Ew.
oh dear. What's that?
This is Mark D with the
cell
C. The EMH. Your cell membranes went through hyperthermic induction. The temperature of your blood rose by 37 degrees in a matter of seconds. So now you're perfectly fine. Everything's all right. Look at what the boss put up there. Look at that show poster. Look at that. Look at that.
His face was fried.
Not only that, his eyes were boiled until they changed color. She boiled his eyes.
Forget Super Cass. Cass is Super Tuvok. Yeah, I mean, wow. Mm-hmm.
Enigmatic drop bear. I do not blame you. I had a D there. And then I thought, what was I thinking? You know what it was? Last night, I was lying in bed. I had a dark chocolate bark, delicious. I had a glass of wine. I had my beautiful little chihuahuas on my lap. I was all snuggled in with my down duvet. I was in a good mood. I was in a good mood. Not anymore.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, everybody, yeah, I'm gonna go with a D minus. D minus to disappoint you a little bit because I can't work up the anger for it. But I totally understand where you're coming from. Now, everybody, if you will come at us with your incorrect. I didn't say that. Come at us with your reviews, if you would, your ratings. Anything you might have to say about this wonderful episode of Cold Fire. Again, I'm giving a shout out to Gary Graham because I like Gary. I think he's good at it. Now, while number one is storing those, let's see what our good buddy Michael Beacom has to say about Cold Fire. Okay, Michael Beacom says, and by the way, that's two straight F's you've given, by the way, number one. That's, yes. Man, so you're not having a good night. But you say, Michael Beacom says on this one, Cold Fire, he says, C minus. Hey, Gary Graham meets Trek. Meet Trek. There you go. Meets Trek, he says. I like that. Dislike tests being the key to everything. Though Trek can claim to Disney that they were ahead of the curve on this horrid cliche. Yeah, that's true. I'm liking Tuvok more as a Vulcan, and I used to dismiss his performance. I am disturbed at how easily the crew casts aside potential avenues back to their own space, but not as bad as last week's selection. So there you go. Michael Beacom says that.
Thank you, Michael. Mandaber says, Raquel, did you know that the Native Americans bred the Chihuahua partially as a portable miniature heater? Yeah. They bred them as guard dogs and hot water bottles, and I'm told that they also may have used them for food. And they were bred in Chihuahua. Well, that was where they were first discovered, Chihuahua. But I've read that it may even predate Incan civilization. So. Many people believe that they come from fennec foxes. And yes, I love Chihuahuas, and I also love, and my Spanish students taught me this, so you'll have to excuse me as I pronounce it exactly the way my Spanish students taught me, but Xoloscuintli. I love Xoloscuintli, or cholos as they're called in Mexico. I absolutely love those dogs. I love Mexican dogs. I love them all. I just think they're just absolutely gorgeous. And Chihuahuas are the most beautiful, elegant dogs. It's like having a big guard dog, but with poop only the size of Tootsie Rolls. It's fabulous. And they're very cuddly and loving and loyal. They're just wonderful watchdogs. I love my Chihuahuas. Little Paco and little Lolo.
So we have there we go. Love the puppies, of course. Love to those puppies. We have a members chat from our buddy Bubba Doom. Member for
Bubba Doom!
8 months. Member, thank you so much, Bubba Doom. Great to have you. He says Pulaski is better than Crusher.
Yeah.
Well, that's
true.
Hey, that's maybe not. I don't know if it's a popular opinion, but we could take it.
Well, she got herself in trouble because she started arguing and fighting and basically said this is not the way that original Star Trek was supposed to be, and so that's what she fought for. The problem is that she came off a little too McCoy, but I do stand up and stand behind what she was trying to accomplish for sure.
I like that. I like Pulaski actually.
Mm-hmm.
She had some dumb. It wasn't her fault. She was in some dumb stories.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
She got it at a time when stories were still pretty lame. Shooter says D. What is with I think what is it with the recap? What is with the recap? I think what is with the recap? Very odd for a non-two-parter. Odd how the mate's life sign seems come and went as well as were detectable from a long distance. Yeah, there you go. Reverse the charges. She is the most powerful Ocampa that has ever been. Should we start calling Kes Jean Grey. She is. They're doing some. She's going to be Jean Grey soon. They're pretty much pulling some Jean Grey stuff with her right now. I don't hate the instruction story, but damn, is Kes overpowered?
Yeah, it's
More.
ridiculous. Boss man, I just wanted you to know, although it's rude for me to interject, I do apologize.
No
Our
problem.
buddy Midnight's Oblivion just showed up. So
Hey!
folks, I know you're putting in your reviews, but everyone, please take a second to wave to Midnight's Oblivion. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Did Shooter have a third one? If Shooter
should. I think I clickety-clicked that.
I already knocked out. I already unstarred his other two. It didn't say, but I could have swore he said he had 3.
Okay, well, let me go back and see if
I'm
maybe
sorry.
it got clicked.
It's got to be anywhere above 1044.
No, I've got the next one directly after. If you wanted to read that one, boss, but
Yes,
it's
yes,
not
please.
marked as a review. But I'm pretty sure that's the final one.
Oh, okay.
You got it, boss?
You know how the caretaker looked like an old man and Suspiria, a little girl. What? Oh God! What if that wasn't a personal preference, but a reflection of their actual age? Ew. More like
You're
a reflection.
disgusting, right? Like
It was
more of this crap, like Shooter,
Typical Hollywood for you, Shooter.
right?
Enigmatic drop bear says F. Had they made different story choices, this could have been an interesting capstone to the first season. It would have been a great opportunity to get rid of Super Cass and then Phantom Rooster. I like Frog on Leghorn. Soda season. Instead, they wrote a story that shows a confusion, questioning, and the very origin of the series. Suspiria knew of the caretaker, so where was she
When
he was dying?
Yeah, if
True.
she loved him so much. Princess Fiona's here.
Hey,
Catsy.
Fiona, good to see you.
Everybody, Princess Fiona's here.
Okay, let's see. Where were I? With others of his species so close by, why did the caretaker reach out to the Alpha Quadrant?
Right?
Good parent, buddy.
Yeah, so annoying.
What's up, Fiona? How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oops, there we go.
Oh.
Why did Suspiria and the caretaker treat their Ocampan pets so
Yes.
differently? Why didn't the more advanced Ocampa know about their less developed cousin?
That's right.
Another good question. This is the second time we've seen Ocampan ask non-telepaths to leave so they could speak to another Ocampan, even though they can communicate telepathically. Good Bert.
Oh my God, I love you so much. It's so
You rock.
true.
Yeah, you rock it, Lou. Thank you, buddy.
ED just nailed it. Captain
Lisa.
Kojak, you nailed it, baby.
Well done, sir. Always. Who loves you, baby? Lisa says C. Really like psychokinetic sciences explored here. Super Cass is amazing and scarily powerful, but her garden is too small. Tuvok should be dead. Luckily, the doctor can fix everything. Caretaker was cool. Thank you so much. Does he have another one? Share another one. Should have a large garden that would never feed a starship.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I thought it was important to say that because, you know, you do actually, there is an actual amount of space that is required to feed a certain amount of people. And yeah, it's the amount proposed is preposterous. It's laughable. And all the flowers, and certainly some things flower, you know, onions have beautiful, very Star Trek looking flowers, but just what was growing there, it didn't look like food. And she was supposed to be growing food, right?
D, only because of Gary Graham says, R and Feliciano of Game Golf and TV. I'm right there with you, but I like Gary. Cool dude. Cool dude in real life and a great actor.
Princess Fiona's already mad. No, there isn't. Voyager has a magic garden with unlimited food.
Yeah, so there. Scuba Pete.
Love it.
Cold as ice. Okay. Tess is an ambassador. That is nice. She's willing to sacrifice. I can't do that, man. That's so clumsy.
Oh,
I'm gonna
it's
get
so
on you,
good. But it's so good.
Tess is an ambassador of ice, and that's nice. Okay, Tess is an ambassador. That's nice. She's willing to sacrifice Neelix's love. She's misused tennis, psycho advice. Tuvok paid the price. He got his ass burned all over the place.
Yep.
All right, man.
So good.
What? Scuba. Sorry, I did not meet. Once again, failed to meet your challenge. Simply Steve says.
That was a gooder, though.
F for the effortless. Make ranting. Excuse me. F nothing. Another F for effortless rating. Alt title. Cass is on fire. No, really, she is on fire. Put her outside of the ship. Cass-centric episode. Cook. Tuvok by mind grow wave of complex subplot. More interesting. Thank you, Simply Steve.
Oh, that's Simply Steve. That's one of your better reviews. It's very good. Chock full of comedy. That was a gooder.
The great Eric K. gives it an F. So Super Cass kills first Tuvok, who was boiling from the inside out. That means all his cells burst. Everyone, well, they got better. Then Michael Marks, or Michael
Max.
Oh, Miracle Max. Is it Miracle? Okay, it's not Miracle. He left the letter out. Miracle Max, the magic doctor, revives him. He must have been just mostly dead.
I know. It's
just mostly dead. Mm-hmm. Yes, I know the reference. I just didn't think about it. It didn't work. Spelling deal. Kais. I think it means Cass burns all the fresh food no one notices. The computer does not give a fire alert.
No.
Oh, they forgot. It was busy. So his computer, no. The alien kills all the people in engineering. Guess they were mostly dead. Also, because they're fine. Also,
I know everyone's okay.
What are you trying to do to me? Super Cass is more powerful than anyone with no training at all. She is amazing. Yeah. This is what Ray was based on in Stairwares.
Yep.
I suppose you're right.
This is so true. It's so true.
How true is it?
True.
Claude Minimusness says, oh, sorry. Is an F minus and being left back and expelled a grade?
Yes.
Yes, it is a grade.
It's a sentence.
Yep. Tannis seemed. So we got JT Kirk, sorry. D minus. Tannis seemed really creepy, drapey. Neelix, I keep wanting to say Netflix when he said it. Having to snoop due to trust issues.
Yeah.
Creepy. Where are the adults on Voyager to keep Cass from all, okay, keep all from these spedophiles. Try to find a way. Spedophiles. Say it crazy like that. Indeed, sir. Thank you, JT.
It's true.
Thank you, JT.
Dave G Sound is leaving the chat for a second to go and make himself a cookies and cream milkshake. Dave G Sound, shame on you. Where's my cookies and cream milkshake? Didn't Eric K tell you that you have to bring enough for the whole class? Anyway, sorry.
If I had any class, I would ask for some. Fantasy F. So the Ocampa, the female caretaker took with her lives longer. Took with her. I mean, lived longer. Could have been made Kazon their mandatory why. Their mandatory they're mad or they why. Doesn't she bring anything? Should we bring them back to the home world, or is it protectors? It's protectors. That's one of two. Okay, hang on, buddy. So boiling a superior officer does not cause you to be confined or punished in any way. Anyway, why wasn't Chicken Man in the line of fire instead of Tuvok? I don't know. Seems he's not around when you like him to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
so true.
I don't even. You got me, dude. All right.
What in the name of heaven is this?
You're kidding. Joseph Dredd says, D. Only reason I give this one a D is because of Gary Graham, Alien Nation, and A and B, Saval, Master Saval, of course. Yeah,
I do like him as Saval.
He's greatest of all. Yeah, good dude. Super Casco's Firestarter. Yes, I've watched the Drew Barrymore movie. So have I. Tuvok should be dead.
Yep, he should be totally dead. Dead, done dead. Totally dead. You can't bring him back to life dead. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim.
Look, we live in a time when you can.
Jim.
Now let's stab it with two lightsabers next. All right.
Right. Oh no, we hit Tuvok with a photon torpedo.
That's fine.
Looks like we're just gonna have to run this tricorder over him and then give him light duty for a couple of days.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. The D minus says Bubba Doom. Tuvok is better than Chicken Man, but he's a rat.
Yep.
Grandma always told us exit tail. Exit tail. What? Gets their tongue still. What's that tail? Oh, Tattletales gets their tongue split. Don't be a rat.
Don't be a rat.
I'd rather be a fool, not a rat. To quote the prisoner. Ravenscroft says, positives. Good performance as usual from Russ and Picardo. Negatives, turtle sucking, peanut butter
pacing.
Wow. I don't recall any turtles. Oh, they're turtles. I like turtles. Wasted opportunity to create tension and give Cass something real to miss, and she confided. Oh, so she be missed and be conflicted about. Grade 3.
3 out of 3. Yeah.
There we go. Oh, C minus. Thank you.
Yep.
It was in a different place. Yet there was this. It confused me a little bit. Nothing for Chakotay to do but smile at Janeway. Everyone else just moving the plot along.
I agree, Ravenscroft.
Oh yeah. C minus. Dave G. Sound said C. Another middle of the road that excellent.
Well, I think you're feeling tired, boss.
Really...
So why don't I just jump in here and finish this one for you here?
I can get it. No, I get it. So,
you got it? Okay, honey.
Yeah, fine. Really, this isn't really. No, I was just confused because I started wrong. Another middle of the road that isn't really a road, but more of a segue or a sort of a winding footpath that leads to a meadow too large to navigate, and you turn around and go home type of an episode. Well, that works. And I don't see Mark. Where's the marker? Where you at, Marky? We're almost done with this episode, dude. Not that you have to come. You're not obligated, but
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
No, that's Amanda Byers has F minus. The Cass Neelix characters brought down all of the Voyager series. Yes.
They did.
You can imagine basically any species of characters for a sci-fi story. The person who created them ain't right. Well, I'm with you on that one.
Oh, Dave G. Sound, you don't have anything to apologize for, honey. Don't you worry about anything at
Did
all.
he? Oh yeah. What are you apologizing for? The only. Hey, Claude Sally.
Hey, Claude.
Yeah. If there's any apologizing to do around here, everyone, it's going to be me always. That's the way it works up in here. You should know that.
We love you, Clubby.
Love you back, everybody. Be nice.
Ooh, you got a gift from Eric.
Uh-oh, what do I do now? What do I do now? That's Dave. Good to see you. By the way, Cass will soon be stronger than the two continuum. Well,
Yep, it's true. I think it's so stupid.
I'm going to try to remember to announce at the end of the show that I'm going to have a member stream Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I'll hang out with me.
No, Dave G. Sound, your composition is perfect. Don't worry about anything.
It's not you, man. I'm just sometimes I don't wipe off my glasses, and I'm way back behind this. When you're staring at the screen all night, it just kind of plays tricks on you sometimes.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yep.
And I just drank a thingy of tea right there, and now I'm really back more in control. Get that, some little energy going there.
Yeah, a little bit of sugar.
So I guess we'll go ahead and go to the next episode. What do you think?
I think we should.
Chief Engineer might be busy doing something.
Yeah, he might. That's okay. Let's get to it. All right, folks. Maneuvers. Maneuvers is season 2, episode 11. This is production code 127. If you're following along. Oh,
there we go.
Breaks.
D. Kiss is my new favorite, and she is much better than Wesley. Crush it. All right. We get back. All right. Okay. Cass is my new favorite character. She is much better than Wesley. She should be on the new Star Wars Ahsoka show. Well, yes, she should. Okay. Thanks, Mark. Let's see what else. This is an incoherent episode that defies logic. Why would Janeway release the female caretaker so quickly? Shin kicks. Cue of the video I just added. Cass spoils Suvak computer. Okay, cue. Okay, I'll run up. Let me get that. Ba ba ba. All right, everybody.
Crazy.
Cass. Super Cass.
No, sometimes you just want to.
Something.
So sorry. What?
Something's going on.
What's the matter?
I can't see the stuff that Shooter's putting up, like fully. Like his third isn't here.
Was everyone seeing everything okay?
I don't see Shooter.
I'm looking at him right there.
But he
No,
read.
that's Scuba Pete.
You read this
Yes.
one, right? And I thought that was his third
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
But I don't have one marked number 3 for him, but I thought you read this one.
I did read this one, but it was a different one, Shooter.
Yeah.
Rob Altus.
And he wrote reposted, but I don't see anything.
What's
reposted.
Joan Hex? What's the
The heck's going on with the chat?
Rob Altus? Hey there. I don't know.
Weird. Edie, I can't see it. I can't see it. I don't see it on this side.
It may have gotten nuked, but didn't think about it.
Oh,
Is that
Rob Altus, good evening. Sorry,
Hey,
honey,
Rob.
Rob, I was
Right.
I was out looking for shooters. You guys, I can't see it.
He said, "Try again." If you wanted to,
Oh, he knows what it is. Did you say something that would make them upset? Oh, wait. Edie's got it. Edie's
thank
got
you,
it.
Ed. It says 3 of 3. Spirit is a total BS. Maybe that's what it was. She abandons her mate, but knows what happened to him.
Yeah.
Ignores his erratic behavior, then blames others for natural occurrence. Also, she likes to look like a child. That was from Shooter, though. Not
This
from
is Shooter, yeah, and I think it's because he said biatch. Oops. Sorry, I shouldn't have clicked that. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
but that's
We can
okay.
see-
That's okay. Thank
Okay,
goodness
thank
we
you.
caught it.
Oh,
You guys tell me if
yeah.
something happens, please. I love it when you tell me. Thank you for telling me, because when
Thank you, everybody.
when stuff goes yucky, I like to track it down. You know, I wouldn't ignore anything you guys have to say.
Yes, indeed. And thank you for this one as well. Eric K, thank you for the super chat. Says, Cass will soon be stronger than the Q continuum.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
ridiculous. I totally agree, Eric. Yeah. Okay.
Shooter, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
All right.
Sorry about that, Shoot.
So let's
okay.
get to it. Maneuvers.
Oh, maneuvers.
Yes,
Okay.
Manure is season 2, episode 11. This is production code 127. If you're following along in the celebration or the companion, this first aired on November 20th, 1995. And I am going to be reading from Wikipedia. It's probably going to suck. It may even be wrong, but at least it'll jog your memory and we'll all be on the same page as far as discussion. Maneuvers is a science fiction television show episode that was first broadcast on UPN Network on November 20th, 1995. This follows the story of the... Who wrote... What? That's not a summary. Let's go to the plot. Wow. Who's running Wikipedia? You need to be rovered. Anyway, plot. The Voyager crew detect a Federation probe and set course for it, hoping for potential contact with the Federation. However, it's a trap. The Kazon Nistrum attack with the help of the traitor Seska. Seska was a Cardassian spy who infiltrated Chakotay's Maquis cell, joined Voyager's crew in the Delta Quadrant, and then left for the Kazon. Kazon leader Maj Kula boards Voyager and escapes with a transporter technology module, believing Federation technology will allow him to unite and lead the other Kazon sects. Aware that Federation technology will change the balance of power in the quadrant, Janeway wishes to pursue. Who wrote this? Janeway wishes to pursue? Like, this isn't even this is way beyond bad. However, Chakotay blames himself for Seska's betrayal, and he allowed Seska to infiltrate the Maquis and eventually join Voyager. To avoid endangering the rest of the Voyager crew for his mistake, Chakotay steals a shuttle to pursue the Kazon alone. He is able to infiltrate Kula's ship and destroy the transporter, but is captured. Kula invites other Kazon leaders aboard and claims he has obtained Voyager's command codes from Chakotay and can capture Voyager with ease. Voyager pursues Chakotay and finds the Kazon fleet. Voyager engages the Kazon while Torres attempts to transport Chakotay away, but Seska blocks the transport. In response, Janeway transports Kula and the other sect leaders aboard Voyager, releasing them in return for Chakotay and the Federation shuttle. Meanwhile, Seska informs Voyager she has impregnated herself with Chakotay's DNA. And we all know what that's code for, because you don't impregnate yourself with someone's DNA. It's something else, and it begins with S and ends with M. After the battle, Janeway commends Chakotay for his intentions, but expresses disapproval for his insubordination. Okay, so that was incredibly poorly written. Also, people at Wikipedia, you need to learn the difference between summary and plot. Please go find an OED. The Oxford Dictionary. I suggest the Oxford Dictionary, and straighten your crap out. Bossman, what did you think of Manure?
Manures. This is a weird week because this is 3 in a row. But by the time I got to the end of the episode, it took me forever to have to go back because I fell asleep a few times. So it's took me like almost 2 days to watch this one. I'd be going back when I'd have a lot of time. I have a lot of other things I have to read and review and for other different stuff. But when I finally got down to watching it, it kind of made me angry a little bit because I just don't care. You can't if you don't make me care, Even when it's bad, I'm not going to care much. In other words, there have been episodes when I yell at an episode, that means at least they made me give a crap enough to yell at it. If you see where I'm coming from.
Yes.
Where I'm going, okay, in other words, that means maybe there could have been some nugget of something there that's interesting, and therefore they dropped the ball, and I can get into the spirit of criticism. Here's just like more filler drivel. I mean, I love what Fiona called them, Kmart Klingons. I hate the Kazon. That doesn't help anything. They're garbage. They're absolutely useless. I mean, not to mention stupid looking. There's nothing interesting about the Kazon to me.
No.
Nothing interesting about what's her face either. What's her?
No.
Seska.
And you know what's really weird is that you and I, like, people don't realize you and I actually don't discuss the episodes. And it's so weird. Like, it's been said many times, and I'm going to say it again. By a number of people, you are definitely my Star Trek soulmate, because that's exactly how I feel about Seska, and it's exactly how I feel about the Kazon. They're the new Klingons with coral reef and shells in their hair. That's all they are. It's coral reef head Kazon, and Seska is not interesting at all. I'm not interested in mustache twirling Seska. No one is.
No, she's a crap character. She's boring. It's just a dumb soap opera subplot. This is the kind of crap that started annoying me on DS9 in the last couple of seasons. And yeah, I just don't care. I mean, I've got to. That's why I don't even. So I give episodes that probably deserve an F lower, like a D something, just because you're not good enough for an F. At least if you did an F, you really got me interested in something.
Well, you remind me of a passage in the Bible. I think it's Jesus that says that. Is it Jesus or is it Paul, who speaks about how if you're lukewarm, you get spit out. It's better to be hot or cold, but to be lukewarm, you just want to be spit out. So, you enjoy cold water, you enjoy a hot beverage, but something lukewarm, you spit it out. So, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. It doesn't even elicit a registerable response. It's not even worth that response, right?
That's where I am with the past 3 episodes so far. Notes?
Yes. Here are my notes, folks. I am completely uninterested in Chakotay's relationship with Seska. Isn't it uncanny, folks, that how similar Clobby and I think? Anyway, I don't care for or about the themes of bruised male egos, the Mages or Chakotays. And that is a huge focus of this episode. So the theme of the male of a man having a bruised ego is explored with the Maj and with Chakotay. So Maj, it's because he will not yield to Seska, and and it's a very the patriarchy. And with Chakotay, he has a bruised ego because he fell in love with a spoiled or evil woman. So this whole idea of, hey, let's have 2 storylines, 2 story threads, and let's make them both about how men react when their ego is bruised. Yeah, I'm 100% not interested in that. I'm not even slightly interested in that. I don't even care. It's ridiculous. And
What in the name of heaven is this?
I also don't care about B'Elanna's crush on Chakotay. Okay, I don't care that B'Elanna goes in and tries to defend Chakotay to Janeway. I don't care. And then I actually wrote one giant yawn. Can you guys believe how close Clobby and I are in the way we describe things? There is nothing interesting here, I put in my notes. And then I put Janeway would change all of the command codes, so barf. Okay? It is absolutely stupid to say that Seska advised this Maj to have Chakotay be interrogated Cardassian style, so he would provide the command codes. The command codes would have changed the minute he left. The Kazon and the Klingons are coral reefs are people with coral reefs on their heads. No, I read that wrong. The Kazons are Klingons with coral reefs on their heads. In script, this is another thing that bothered me. Ooh, you got a gift from Michael Beacon, boss.
Oh, by the way, Polybee's Minions here.
Hey! And the pepperoni.
Bop, 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 bop. Hey! Hope you and the pepperoni are doing well, my dear. Michael Beacon says, thank you you're too kind for that. You didn't have to do that, buddy. I appreciate you. Says, upon reflection, I was too kind on the episodes tonight. When I find myself wanting to give them all a D, I feel that maybe I'm being biased and unfair because I disliked Voyager overall first time around. I totally know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's why I bend over backwards to not give them D's all the time or even F's even when I want to.
It's because you want Star Trek to be good and you want Star Trek to survive. And I want you to know I can confide in you right now, Michael Beacom, that I feel the exact same way when I'm reviewing them. I'm like, come on, just give me something. Give me something to hold on to. Anyways, in script, initially in script, they are 6 months out in the Delta Quadrant. And then like 2 episodes ago, we had a tile that came up, a directional tile that was added to the show, okay, that said 10 months later. Okay, so I don't know how other people are at math, but 10 plus 6 equals 16 months, not 10 months total. And Janeway says to Chakotay that it's 10 months total, and it's not. And then I wrote underneath, the tile from the previous episode says 10 months later. Anyways, Seska milked Chakotay. She milked him, okay? She graped him. How they say it and do it is just really weird. I don't like it, especially because it's mixed with these ideas of the bruised male ego, where it's sort of like, men are only good for effing and fighting. And that's very much the message being sent here. This is the semiotics of this episode, and that is very clear. We see it in the Maj storyline. We see it in the Chakotay storyline. Men are good for nothing but effing, and I'm disgusted that Seska is allowed to milk Chakotay, and they say that she took his DNA, because we all know what actually happened there, and the mental image is kind of nasty. And I think it's also weird that they never talk about the species incompatibility issues. So the fact that this Cardassian can just have the milk, just get it done, because now we know that Chakotay's not fully human, right? Chakotay is now this species from the Delta Quadrant and human. And so I just it's really important when you're an author to keep track of your own bullshit. And so I'm sorry, I don't like to use profanity, and everyone knows that. That's why I like to use poop and just say poop all the time. But there comes a time when you have to understand that the person who's writing for you does not care about you and is insulting your intelligence. And so just to date, now we're seeing just there is no care or consideration for what they are writing, and I'm not gonna lie, I find this episode offensive. Men are good for a lot more than effing, and I'm saying that she took his DNA when everybody knows that it begins with an S and ends with an M. I don't know, it's just.
Hey, Katie, sorry to hear about your TV. Hope you get that fixed there.
He's dead, Jim.
He's dead, Jim.
What in the name of heaven is this?
Well, I'm going to go back to your rating, by the way. This one.
It's an F.
I don't blame you. But yours. I'm going to go ahead and just give it a D- again. Of some sort of I don't know. They didn't really catch my attention enough to care, and I don't know if it's getting to be a bad habit with them. Because I like, again, I like the show. After that last season, the last couple of seasons of DS9, it's nice to have a show that's out there just having, these crews out there having adventures in space. But now they're starting, every now and then they get back into some of these soap opera things again. That's really getting to disturb me.
Yeah, and
before, good.
no, it's sorry. It's just I'm just infuriated because he took a DNA sample. Well, there are many ways to take a DNA sample, and that doesn't lead to somebody being pregnant, right? Like you can rub a Q-tip on the inside of your cheek, and you can send that for a DNA sample. You can use saliva, but you don't grow a baby from saliva, right? And you don't don't grow a baby from cheek cells. You don't even grow a baby from blood. So it's very obvious what they're doing and saying here. And so, yeah, I'm annoyed. I need to be quiet because I'm extremely annoyed right now.
What in the name of heaven is this?
Well, what can you do? It was 30 years ago. Hollywood hasn't changed much, but at least back then they could give you a good story to watch every now and then. Oh, now they can't even do that. So, but their morals have always been ridiculously questionable, even in good stuff. So, all right. So you give it. There are ratings. Everyone, please feel free to give your rating. Any words you may have about reviewers. And now, Michael Beacom, you're there. Do you want me to read your reviews that you sent me already, or would you prefer to write your own? Let me know. I'll wait to see you in the chat whether you want me to go ahead and read yours or not. I know you were saying that you were not thrilled with your own reviews and stuff, but it's not a problem, dude. I'd be glad to read them for you. We'll see. Okay. All right, at your leisure, buddy. Joan Heck says, agreed, Clubby, and my wife, ex-wife is an actress. Yeah. Oh, look, there are many fine, wonderful people working there. Saying that their values, so to speak, have been questionable at best for a long time to many of us. But values can be questioned, can't they? Let's see here. Katie said, Maneuvers gets a B from me. I thought Seska was a pretty good villain. All right. Thank you, Katie. If you got anything else to say about it, let me know. Jordan Heck said, my ex-wife posted in her public journal during our divorce that I was only good for F and nothing else. Oh, well. I know these people say bad things. Sorry about that.
I love that response. That's a good response.
J.J. Kurt says, C+. Many issues I did, however, like transporting and deletions, made me chuckle and think that didn't take long. Beltran's acting during the interrogation was great. Am I the only one that loves Seska? No, well, actually, Katie loves Seska. I don't have a problem with her as a character one way or the other so much. I don't really just like any of the things going on with her. So I don't hate her, but as far as loves her, I don't know. Katie's a fan, so you're not the only one so far.
Yeah, and I don't hate her. I just don't find her interesting. And now, it's like the woman scorned, and now she's preggers. So it's just like, where does that leave it? You know what I mean? Like how are we developing this character? Why are we developing this character in this way? Why are we doing this?
Lisa says B also. She says Barnacle, Harry, Kazan are back and caused enemies to be space junk. Why have weapons used transporters? Seska, a formidable foe, so devious and manipulative, and the exchange with Kulla was riveting. Well, thank you, Lisa.
Guess who just walked through the door?
Who would that be?
My buddy Rod Thunderheart. Good evening, Rod Thunderheart, my fellow Albertan. How are you, sweetheart?
What's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's see here. Where are we?
Oh, he's working. He's driving truck. So
Uh-oh.
he just said he's just popping by. He's doing a drive-by like.
Careful out there, buddy.
Yeah, you drive carefully. It's pretty smoky
Be
out
well.
there too. So don't do too much work outside. It's
Yes, be
it's
well.
really, really smoky out there, Rod. Take care, sweetheart.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Be well, man. Enigmatic Drop Bear says D-. The cut price Klingons really are impressively dull antagonists. How are these Oompa Loompas of a space-varying species? Exactly. They are no more menacing and intelligent than Homer Simpson. Yeah. Yes. Chakotay misappropriating a shuttle was out of character. Yeah, that also kind of aggravated me. Never mind, though. This is Voyager, so they'll have forgotten about it. His indiscretion by the next episode. Oh, she put him on report. Woo! Seska is quite sexy, so had potential as a female for femme fatale. Excuse me. Too bad they coupled her with the cut price Klingons. Maybe that makes her psychotically deranged femme fatale. I could say it's a possibility for that. Yeah, you could be right, sir. Thank you so much for that one, ED. Eric K says D-. Fire to Vakin Bangway. Not changing all the codes. Yes. Throw Bangway out of an airlock and not and then why not fire back? Woo. You are basically in WW2 Battleship VS and old wooden ship of the line.
It's true. Versus an old wooden ship, like they don't have anywhere near the technology.
Exactly. She has phasers and torpedoes. Use them, nitwit. Totally going on his own is stupid. These writers are stupid.
I love you, Eric. Love you, Eric.
They are
love you, honey.
Stupoids for sure. Invasion of the Stupoid writers. Shooter says D. Let's see here. Okay. It is the Kazon against Kazon with Seska, and now looking like the evil Kardashian she truly is. Chipotle going off on his own, while stupid makes Chipotle a more interesting character. Let's see here. I still don't get Seska's endgame, or wasn't what I forgot a word. What Seska's endgame is. Is she just after vengeance? She surely knows life with the Kazon isn't going to be great for her. Not the worst episode, but it's still a Kazon episode, and they're all boring. Thank you, sir. Minimusness says, Claude Parrish says, I wonder if the writer of this episode is on strike at this time, probably. Not telling how many brain cells are being rescued.
Love it.
Cardinal Sin says, Seska ain't no Marcolemo.
That's correct.
She sure ain't.
Correct.
You are correct, sir. Paris also said, I've turned out many a fight. The other F, however.
I thought that was cute and good. Oh, Chef's here.
Hey, no kidding.
Everyone, hey. Chef's here. Chef's here.
What's up, Chef? I hope you're doing well, sir. Always great to see you. All right, let's see where we at. Where we is. Okay. Fancy Outsider E. Another D-. This episode was dumb. Wow, they get transporter tech, but not the computer tech needed to use it, nor the programs to run it. And we know how reliable transporters are, even when properly.
Yeah. They're
maintained. They're forming. Maintained. It's not like a Kardashian is completely proficient in Federation tech. Also, she isn't an engineer. Do the discount Klingons even have a power source capable of powering a transporter?
Right. This is just
Wasn't
it.
she engineer? Didn't she work in engineering?
Yeah, but no, she started out in a blue uniform, and then she moved to like a green uniform, and then she moved to command. She was wearing the yellow.
Bubba Doom says, D. Despite the fact that I've said in my younger days in Indian DNA was a cure-all, no, not in my trick. Also, forgive me if saying Seska is fugly. Well, forgive me for saying Seska's fugly. My goodness, really.
Great.
In DS9, last Cardassians were at least cute.
Yep,
Wow.
it's true.
My weirdness, I know. Hey, look, no, it's just what you're into, dude. Not everyone's eye of the beholder, buddy. Eye of the holder. Oh, this is another one. How did the Dukat Klingons restore her? How did the Dukat Klingons restore her? I don't know. Good question.
Yeah,
Very good question.
you would wonder where they would get the technology to do
Right.
that facial reconstruction.
One would wonder, wouldn't one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Simply Steve says F rating X3 alt title meh. Sure. What meh, you're still smiles. Seska returns to secretly orders some Chipotle to go.
Oh,
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah. Les Neelix. Yes, Les Neelix and Cass. True.
Okay. I believe
Gotta go.
Simply Steve won the internet for the evening. Okay.
That's a good point, buddy.
He won. He won the internet. That is a win for me. That is a win. Oh, God.
That is always the one. I got to give you that one.
And Mindo Wave was pretty good too.
Oh, the women scorned. She is a secret agent. It makes no sense for her to hold a grudge. I think that's
He's right.
another one from
Shooter, you're totally right. I totally agree.
Shooter. Okay, Princess Fiona says, 1 of 5. If you look at TNG, a transporter module is the entire pad and half the bulkhead. How do you just walk off with one of those? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He would need the entire infrastructure to support it
That's
as
right.
well. Wow. Let's see here.
Correct. You are correct. Correct.
How did the hyper paranoid Maquis not notice someone in their midst who was constantly shuffling off Captain Cardassian cells? Because Chakotay essentially commits mutiny or treason. True. Sad but true.
Keely Chow just walks through the door. He said, "What's going on?"
Keely Chow, did that tide roll today? I didn't get to see it. Yeah, so I hope they did. Or maybe I don't. But I hope you did. So, roll tide, Keely Chow, either way. The Voyager crew would be on birth control because of their resources problems.
True.
I doubt Chakotay or any male would be making DNA. Yeah, that's a good part as well.
Wink, 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 wink.
Now, what I mean, nudge, nudge, say no more. Say no more. Snap, snap, green, green, wink, say no more. Command codes would be changed to the instant a computer, an instant a command officer was captured, if not sooner.
Yeah.
The motivations of the characters were murky and inconsistent. It was just silly overall.
It's true. True. It's a true.
You'd say security's tighter? Security's tighter in a place like this? All right, so where were I? One more. Oh, got it. This episode was just hard to take seriously. Sadaka is kind of a mustache-swirling villain, and to Koti does the classic "let's become an idiot under stress." F.
I think you
Well-
mean I think you mean Seska, not Neil Sedaka.
No, that's
That's a blast from the past. Little Neil Sedaka.
wow. I don't know what even say that, but we'll say something else to someone else about it. I love Chipotle. What's that?
Joe Dog.
Oh, I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you do. All right, let's see here. Get some of these out of the way. Finish these up. I haven't seen Mark D yet. All right. Joseph Dredd, here comes the judge. Says rating 3. DNA samples out 3 DNA samples out of 10. Another as the Voyager turns episode. As soon as Chipotle was captured, the command codes would have been okay.
Yep.
It would have been okay. Most cringy, Seska. I got Chipotle. DNA's on me.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's wow, that's so bad. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Just kidding. Wait a minute, what about that? What a,
Cardi. Yeah, it's the autocorrect. Poor Fiona tried to type Seska and it came out with Sedaka. And I just think it's cool because I don't think I've heard the name Neil Sedaka in
better than a while.
decades.
All right, Classic Comics says C-. Seska's whole plan doesn't make much sense. She's ostensibly pissed at Janeway because she marooned them in the Delta Quadrant. Fair enough, I get it, but at least Janeway is trying to get back to the Alpha Quadrant, which is true. It was 1 of 3.
Yeah, Classic Comics, I totally agree. And now all of a sudden she seems to be obsessed with whether or not, Chakotay wants to be with her. And now she wants his baby? I don't know. I thought she wanted to get back. Right?
I don't have his number 2.
You should, boss.
I have his number 3.
Maybe it got unstarred. I'll start again. Right there.
There we go. Okay. Seska left a ship with that was heading toward heading to through in with petty vehicle theft. Warlord who was not interested in the AQ. What exactly is the plan here? Kula has no reason to keep it sword after he gets. Oh, never mind. Seska doesn't know him of his people. Okay. Why make this move to ally with him? They keep playing up the Cardassians like Seska are very shrewd devised, but devious. Sorry, but her plan makes seem naive. Naive, sorry.
Yeah. I totally agree. And now she's milked Chakotay and they're going to have a baby.
Okay.
She's preggers. Here we go.
Already got this one right.
Yes, you got that one,
Okay.
boss.
All right. Oh, confused now. Sorry. I'm sorry, Classic Comics. Dave J. Sound. I haven't seen Mark, you been around yet? Did you do one already? Dave J. Sound says A. Only that seeing maneuvers in caps and quotes is an adolescently funny, as in tell me. I guess I don't know. Only that seeing maneuvers in caps and quotes is adolescently funny, as in they're going off together to practice maneuvers. Okay. I'm sick again of dumb romance intrigue.
Yeah, me too, Dave.
Just give it an A, buddy. So you must like it a little bit, which is perfectly fine.
Ooh, we have some reviews coming in now.
We do? Oh, I just erased one by accident.
Oh, you did?
I did mean to get rid of.
Who did you? I'll go get it for you.
It was one of Michael's.
One of Michael's?
Damn it!
I'll go get it.
I still need all of his.
Don't worry. I'm here.
Okay,
I'll go get it.
the chef said the obsessed stalking Simp Seska episode is definitely not my taste. For restraining orders, work in space. All right. I'll go ahead with Michael's first one while you're looking for that. His first one, by the way, was at 11:29. So, oh shit!
Are you okay?
Nah, I knocked over my stupid microphone. Hang on. God damn it! I hate when it happens. Seem to be okay. All right. Hear me all right? Okay. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sweetheart. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just hit my microphone. I'm good now. I hate when it happens. All right. Michael Beacom says, D. I felt Biller was trying to bring more tech science fiction, tech science back into it, but you were right. Along came DS9 soap opera and this too. Yeah. I liked Seska, but really don't need to see her again. I did like how Chakotay eliminated the stolen tech DS9 or TNG would dither about the MacGuffin for a long time. And our chief engineer rounds out the final review of this one tonight.
Where's his 3 of 3?
Who?
Michael B.
Who? I got him. I just read that one.
That was his 2 of 3.
No, I got them both. I got all 3 that time.
Where's his 3 of 3? You
I
got
just read
that
it.
one?
Yeah.
No, that was his 2 of 3.
I read 3 of his. I'm pretty sure you remember when I asked him. Because you can make me doubt my memory so easy. It's not even funny.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do, sweetheart.
No,
I just
no,
want to
I
make
know
sure
you're
that
not
we
trying.
don't lose.
I'm saying, let's see what he says.
Yeah.
He says no. One word never works here in the chat. Does that mean we
Is it okay?
No. So I didn't get 3 of yours, Michael. Could have swore I got 3 of them.
Yeah, he has 1 of 2, or 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and 3 of 3, but I don't see 3 of 3.
I did read the third one. It said I did not. Let's see. Let me go back and check. Well, I'll find it and read it, buddy.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I did.
Yeah. Well, if you want to repost it, sweetheart, we'll read it for you. And Clobby, are you okay, honey?
I can get it. Yeah, I can get that. Oh, stupid. Oh, I hate this freaking. I got a lot of work to do on rigging this stupid microphone back up. Where it'll fall over again. It's really bad. It's annoying. Don't move. All right, let's see. I'm looking for it. You looking for it? Did you find it yet?
Yeah, sweetheart, you don't have to look for it. It's not there. So it got vaporized.
Oh.
Yeah, I've
So that
gone
one-
back 3 times to look for it. I can't find it anywhere. So something's wrong. So
Ah.
we're going to have to get it reposted. If there is a 3 of 3, it's got to be
Ah.
reposted. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I have it, honey. Here it is,
You got it?
sweetheart. There it is. Go
Sorry.
to your folder, Clubby.
Could
It's
have
there.
swore I could have seen that one. Okay. All right.
There you go, honey.
Overall satisfying, but in same way as other authority problem has another authority problem. She is either going to have to go full Captain Bligh and restore discipline, or find herself marooned by her rebellious crew. Thank you, Michael. Sorry about that, buddy.
You have a gift from Sean Carter.
Thank you, Sean Carter. It's a member chat, member for 7 months. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you. He says, Clobby, you okay? Don't sound like yourself tonight.
Mhm.
I'm trying not to be myself anymore because I've been myself for almost 6 decades now. It's getting me nowhere. So I'm going to be somebody different by the end of the week, I'm pretty sure.
I think people are just concerned.
Yeah.
They just really care about you. You're their
all.
friend.
I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for that, for those questions. No, I'm okay. I'm doing, like I said, I'm a little tired right now. I'm just having some health issues here and there, but just right now, man, they have something to do with getting tired at some times. But I have some ways to deal with that to get through shows, so we're good, and I'm fine. But I appreciate you asking very much. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, buddy. Let's see.
Clobby.
Here we go. Mark D with a C, chief engineer, will round out the reviews on this episode. B minus. He says, not a bad premise, but also not too exciting, mainly because of the weakness of the Kazon as villains. I liked some of the scenes with Seska, but she's no Khan. Of course not. This story is meant to build up the character of Chakotay, and yet he disobeys a direct order from the captain and then doesn't get punished because he got put on report. Did Janeway also forget to change the prefix code?
Well, yeah, Mark
guess
D
so.
with this D. And it's also the fact that there would be some voice recognition involved as well, right? Like we have advanced from the TOS era, right? So yeah, it's just all around really stupid, really dumb, really dumb, really dumb.
What in the name of heaven is this?
I love that.
He's dead, Jim.
This episode is dead.
It's dead. It's dead, Jim.
Of course, for that, he's dead, Jim. Dead, Jim. Dead, Jim.
Yes.
So we're ready for that final episode of the evening.
Yep. Let's do it.
Boy, howdy.
Yeah.
That would be resistance.
Yes. Resistance.
Well, while you're doing that, I will go grab me some meds and take me just a minute.
Please go and take some meds.
You won't be out of earshot, but I got to get something to drink.
I love you, and can you please get something to drink?
But hey, I'll be right here, right back.
Okay, I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Okay, Resistance is season 2, episode 12. This is production code 128. This first aired on November 27th, 1995. And I am going to be reading from Wikipedia. It might suck, it might be wrong, but we'll correct it as we go. Okay? During an away mission, Tuvok and B'Elanna Torres are captured and imprisoned while attempting to obtain a chemical vital to Voyager's systems. An injured Captain Janeway is rescued by a local man, Calum, who believes her to be his daughter. The action takes place among the people who are contacts of Neelix and whose planet is occupied by the aggressive Mokra. Calum eventually helps Janeway gain entrance to the caves where Tuvok and B'Elanna are being held prisoner, and she releases them. Soon after, they are seized by the Mokra prison guards. The Mokra commanding officer, Argus, reveals that Calum's real daughter, is it Raykana or Relkana? I forget, was shot and killed 12 years ago while attempting to rescue his wife from prison, who, unbeknownst to her, had already died. Argus also indicates that Calum has made this rescue attempt several times since then, having been rendered delusional after being unable to accept their deaths. Before Argus can interrogate Captain Janeway with the brutal methods that he used on Tuvok, Calum, who still believes Janeway is his daughter, attacks. Whoever wrote this, shin kicks. Calum stabs Argus during the fight, but is shot by 2 prison guards before they can be stopped. As Calum lies dying, Janeway tells him the commander was lying about Relkana being shot. She reminds him that his wife had forgiven him for past actions and asks that he accepts that forgiveness. "My sweet girl" are Calum's last words before he dies in her arms, and Janeway is saddened by his death. Back on Voyager, Janeway ponders Relkana's precious metal necklace that he had presented to her, which she kept to remind herself of his kindness. And that's it. That's all Wikipedia has to say about Resistance. Clubby, are you back, sweetheart? Okay. We're going to wait a few minutes for Clubby. Folks, I'm going to go through my notes, and then we can discuss it when Clubby comes back. It's always hard for me to enjoy this episode. They take Janeway's comm badge, so there is no way for Janeway to communicate on this planet. The Delta comm is the source of the universal translation, so there's no way that Janeway speaks Mokra or any of the other languages present on this planet because the Mokra are occupying the planet, right? Oh, you're leaving, Turing?
Hey.
Oh, you're back. Hi, boss.
Goodbye, Turing.
Bye, Turing.
Have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Sorry it took me so long. I had to grab something.
Honey, you take as long a time as you want. I'm just going through my notes so that we can
I don't have
breeze
much
through this.
I had nothing to say, much to say anyway, but that's why. So go for notes.
Yeah, let's breeze through this so that you can get some rest.
I don't need no rest. I'm fine. Let's go.
I'm so done with the "we need to stop for gas" nincompoopery. I'm done with it now. These ships are completely self-sufficient, and you don't have to stop at every Texaco and pick up Twinkies and pay for gas. I also didn't like the way that the script was written. Harry says, "Unlock the conduit to install the tellurium," but the conduit isn't locked; it's just closed. So it's just some really sloppy writing. I just want everyone to know that I hate Neelix, and I strongly dislike Supercast. The delusional man is sweet, but also it's scary. Neelix on the bridge offering tactical and strategic advice is absolutely ridiculous to me. At one point, he even interrupts them to correct them. There's no way that Chicken Man should be on the bridge offering anyone tactical advice or strategic advice. These are Starfleet trained officers. This is a very slow-paced episode based entirely on rescuing Janeway. So the entire episode is just about rescuing Janeway. We don't even periodically stop in and massage what's going on with Tuvok and B'Elanna, at least not enough for us to be concerned about them. It's just dumb. It's funny how the Mokra guard is looking for a human woman, but he doesn't notice that Janeway has no Bajoran wrinkle nose hole. So these people, they look like Bajorans, but they have a wrinkled nose hole. And just this guy who's trained to find her, and she tries to engage him in prostitution, and he doesn't even notice that she's not the Bajoran with the nose hole. They're Bajorans with blowholes. Let's just face it. Anyway, I don't understand why when they're in the tunnel, there are only 3 Mokra enforcers. No one else comes. So there are 3 Mokra running this planet, occupying this planet and taking care of business. No one else comes. And they're apparently in the belly of their prison. And so there should be a multitude of guards. Anyways, and then I wrote in my notes. Oh, I was sad when I was writing my notes here. I wrote, "What could you possibly grade something like this?" I was sad. I was sad. Because this episode sucks. I mean,
What in the name of heaven is this?
I got nothing left, boss.
That's why I didn't even know what if I hadn't. I didn't mean to take so long to get back, but it's never happened before. But I had nothing. I got this episode is a big nothing burger to me. I had to stop it and run it back a couple of times. So what did I miss here? Something's going on because I was just losing it. It was like it was just inert. Nothing particularly going on. I guess they thought they were really being super clever with their political analogies and all that other kind of horse hockey.
It's all dumb. Gwag's here, boss.
Gwagnar, buddy.
Can we hold on for 1 second? What?
What happened?
That should be up on the screen. Hey, can you put up Gwaggy's poster for him, please, boss?
Oh, okay. What happened?
Gwag! Gwagnar!
It didn't go up, did it? Oh, you know why, right? Hang on.
Greg made this. Isn't it great?
Well done, buddy. Love it. Is that the only one he did? He did the other one, did he?
No, that's what he sent, and it's glorious. So yeah.
Nicely done, bud.
What can I say?
What in the name of heaven is this?
Yeah, just it didn't. I mean, it's tough to watch because this is a routine that they need to get out of, and I don't know if they ever will. Landing on these planets in the Delta Quadrant that are, I get it. You got to land on planets. I get it, but is everyone going to be like this, where they got to land on some dreary, dopey, crappy planet and have a, I don't know, just a mundane, boring ass episode? Because that's pretty much what.
Dead, Jim.
Because he is dead, Jim. This episode was dead. This was a DOA. These DOA, Jim. This episode for me.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. It's an F for me. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with D- again, so I can have 4 D- in a row tonight, in one night.
I believe I gave everything an F tonight, right?
You did.
I
You
failed
did. How about that, babies?
Yeah,
4.
well,
4 Fs beats. That's like that's 4 of a kind in there, but they're Fs, so it's like the best. The best hand you could have. You beat mine. My hand was only 4 D-. It's
so
nothing
bad.
wild.
It's
It's
just
truly
so bad.
so astonishing. Like, this is just, I guess they thought they were writing clever drivel. Yeah, we saw that, Fiona.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett died.
Yeah. Damn shame. Let's see. Was it T? Mark D says, everyone come through with your reviews now, please. No hurry. No rush. Take your time. We're all got plenty of time here.
Word's been given,
for it.
everyone. So if you want to
Word's
go ahead
given.
and leave your reviews.
Trek Magazine gave this episode 2 out of 5 stars, defined as impulse power only. Additionally, Stuart Clark, a reviewer for the mag, reviewed this episode as a sad tale. Yeah, it was sad. I mean, I guess dude was
Within the text and the text. So it was just sad all the way around.
yeah. Joel Grid's a good actor and all that stuff. Sure, and, not taking anything away from him, but I just that is episodes where they go down to some planet and get split up and caught and trapped somewhere at the bottom of something. It's just, it's like never do it for me. You know what I'm talking about? That kind of
Well, I also didn't like the fact that it was borrowing from DS9, and I had read in a couple of places, although I couldn't confirm it because I don't have the companion or the celebration, but I have read in a few places. This is unconfirmed information, folks, but that the same person who was writing on DS9 wrote this episode, but I would need to confirm that. Anyway, you can clearly see, because this is, this same idea that Kira with the father, and now we've just flipped it around, right, where Janeway is with this guy, and
Yeah.
he thinks it's his daughter, and it's just they're just recycling ideas over and over again, and it's not good. It's just not good. Like, we're supposed to be out exploring outer space, exploring strange new worlds, seeking out new life and new civilizations. We're supposed to be boldly going where no man has gone before. I
Yep.
mean, what are we doing here? Why are
Nothing.
we doing this?
It's so boring. Really is.
Mhm.
Um,
And
Let's
the
see here.
tension isn't mankind reaching out to an alien life form or to an alien species and establishing some meeting of the minds. Nothing like that is happening here. We're rescuing Janeway from a jail when she went to a planet when she wasn't supposed to. She didn't get permission, and so we rescue her, and she gets rescued by somebody who is, handicapped in some way, disabled from brain injury or depression or whatever, and he thinks that she is his daughter. That's the episode. Is that Star Trek? That's not Star Trek. That's not Star Trek.
pretty lame to me. Well, let's see here. Fanty outside here, he says it's a D. A complete waste of the great Joel Grey, the master of Shinaju, cannot be killed by a B lame aliens. He's of course referring to the movie Remo Williams. Joel Grey was in that, of course. Shooter says C. Seems a little cliche, but them's the breaks. The story of the prisoners and the crew was fairly average, but as a B story, this is to be expected. The main story of the broken old man is more interesting and emotional. Still, while Insane Way treats the old man with respect, she still ends up using him for her own needs. Really now, yeah. Yeah, well, there you go. Kind of sloppy of the military to not change their infiltrators' boots. Works well in the story, but they could have used something else. Enjoyable enough, says Shooter. Thank you, Shooter. Lisa says, A. This episode is a well-done melodrama. Wonderful acting and exchanges. Award-winning Joel Grey noticed empathic Janeway at times is impacted by the people around her. Mulgrew has amazing range. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. Oh, where are we at? Where Cardinal Sin said, can't wait till we get to Enterprise. Well, yeah. Makes two of us, dude. Parker Luck says, don't know why Janeway sounds like a big plane of broken glass of a character. As I mentioned before, every time that this ship lands on any planet is them breaking their own rule of the PD grade D. They didn't land at this one, did they?
No, but they went to the planet, and that yes, there could have been some issues regarding the Prime Directive here, because they went without permission, and they went through a security barrier to go and secure, what was the thing called? Trillium? No, Tellurium. Tellurium. They went to go in and secure some Tellurium, and they took it from a merchant there, and the Mokra have these folks under their heel. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she, what I'm saying is, Bangway, Insane Way, what should have asked permission to go on the planet, but she didn't. So.
Of course. JT Kirk says, C. When Janeway runs from the Tuck Ra, I was really hoping she would meet up with Dr. Daniel Jackson and get everything sorted out, Mr. Stargate U. That sadly didn't happen, so I slept through the ending. It was not an easy one to stay awake through, brother. Yeah. Michael Beacom says, D. You have Joel Grey as your guest, and this was the best you could do. Gray's performance was, of course, terrific. With that, with what he was given to work with, but this did not feel very Trek at all.
No, it wasn't.
I also want an explanation of why the command crew is involved in covert deals and sneaking around to collect contraband. Again, anytime you juxtapose a Trek plot with a real military situation,
there will be expectations for the audience.
Yep. And it feels all wrong, then it was just all wrong for Trek 2. Operation Petticoat, the captain, Cary Grant, did not do the scrounging. I love that movie. But you're right. Absolutely.
It's not only that, like we have 150 people on board. So if we're using those characters, we don't really have to get to know those characters a lot. You know, it doesn't have to be like some type of get to know the lower decks. I don't mean that. I just mean if we used some of those characters very briefly to highlight, to illuminate the characteristics of the main actors on the show, we create some magic. What it does is it's world building. So if some woman named, Hannah walks over to Janeway and says blah 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 blah, instantly we're interested in her, and we begin world building in our head. We imagine what Hannah does, how many shifts she has, and look at how close she is with Janeway. Oh, when the camera isn't on Voyager, what a rich and developed and beautiful world this is. And that's what TOS did. TOS invited you to push back the walls of this imaginary space and make it that much larger. And so when we're just focusing on these bridge crew and the bridge crew does everything, we're missing that opportunity to develop the world. And we can only do that when we see our characters in their own world, as well as when they are meeting with these alien species, when they are meeting on these planets. It has to have both. You have to have both. Ugh. Anyway.
Let's see where. Okay.
Sorry, I interrupted. You got to read 404 now, boss. Sorry about that, honey.
No. We're good. He had his supply officer, Tony Curtis. God, I love that movie. I need to watch that again. It's been forever. That's a great movie. Handled the more dangerous aspects and covered for him when needed. Classic Trek was often about solving others' problems. This is all about themselves. Very good point, sir.
Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic. Why would they bring B'Elanna onto an alien planet and no one, they don't even show the TNG level of care in them disguising themselves. Why didn't the EMH disguise B'Elanna? Why didn't she disguise Tuvok? Why did they go to this planet that's being occupied by these people, breaking all of their laws, breaking all of their rules, and they haven't even had first contact? So it's stupid. It's very stupid. Bridge crew shouldn't be doing this. And if bridge crew are identified to do this because it's a sensitive type of contact, or they're not doing contact properly, they're not following the Prime Directive and contact protocols, then tell us that, and then have them dress up and make them Bajorans with blowholes. Then I'm on board. But these were Bajorans with blowholes. And these three definitely didn't fit in. And they were winking at us through the whole show, acting like we shouldn't even point that out. And that's just sloppy and insulting. So F you.
Wow. Oh, Classic Comics says grade Z as in Z. Either fell asleep or he really gave it a low rating. This is a good example of how disappointing the aliens were. Remember when they promised all these cool new aliens? Man.
Yeah, Bajorans with blowholes.
And what is a Bajoran with a blowhole, though?
Well, didn't you notice their noses? They have the exact same nose as a Bajoran, okay? Except for there's a hole right at the top where they're apparently breathing. It's like a third nostril, but it looks like something that's on the top of Flipper or on top of a whale. Like it's a Bajoran with a blowhole. These are the strange new creatures? Get out of here.
This episode was so poorly lit, I couldn't really tell what I was looking at. In this strange distant quadrant of space, but instead we get some guy with a weird nose. Boring. Too many episodes like this one, unfortunately. Very true, Classic Comics. Very true, buddy. All right. Let me see. Up in here. Actually, sure. Let me take a drink up in here. Now, let me see up in here. Fiona says gives a new definition to the term bowl cut. Hey, Voyager, Ambien called and wants their market share back. F. Yeah, there you go. You went back and watched an episode, even though you told us you were done with this thing. I don't want to be the cause of your pain, there, my dear.
I don't mind being the cause of your pain, Fiona. Stay. I need you. I need you here.
Oh well.
Who do you even think you are? You may not leave.
You may not leave. You were ordered to stay and suffer with the rest of us.
You are ordered to stay here and suffer with me.
Enigmatic drop bear says D-. In Tattoo, they carefully sought out the planet's leadership to ask for resources. Are they trying to say it's okay to eschew diplomacy when the planet is dystopic? Yep, they are trying to say that. They aren't. That's a good point. Yeah, I would say they are. Yeah. Eric K says C+. I like this a bit better despite the stupid ship once again no power. The planet has 86 phase cannons directed at them. One shot knocked the shield down to 60% or something.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Fire all 86 and poof, we're off to Enterprise. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Like, I like Eric's comment because, like it highlights the fact that this is why so many of the viewers couldn't connect with Bangway. This is why they called her Insane Way, because of the dumb things like her taking the ship and landing it on a planet, even though it's the second time anyone on the ship has ever done that. And going through this heavily fortified planet without contacting the authorities, and nobody has addressed for first contact. Nobody's incognito. Nobody's had any type of surgery to allow them to blend in. Plus, there are all these moral and ethical things that should have been discussed. Now, no one wants her to be a poopy stew. We don't need her to be pee hard. She doesn't have to call a meeting so that to find out whether or not she can go potty, but certainly you don't then completely abandon that and then expect us to respect and admire her and want to spend time with her. She is Bangway. She is going the insane way, and it's very difficult for a Star Trek fan and a science fiction fan to identify with her behavior because it's nuts. It's all over the place. It's completely inconsistent. She doesn't even follow any rules. She should be thrown in the brig.
Agreed. Let's see here. Where were I? Mr. Angel, the chef, says F. The lack of plot in this episode makes me suspect the writer's room had a collective brain fart day. Just sloppy storytelling and loads of plot armor. Let's sigh. Yes.
Yeah. And where are the editors? Where are the editors to support this writing project? So you have a corporate writer's room. You have a bunch of people that need to churn out stories and constantly be producing them. Who's taking care of the continuity? Who is coming in and saying, look, we need to be careful. What about Star Trek lore here? What about Star Trek lore there? What about the continuity here? What about this plot hole there? There's no shepherd here. And you can't just slam a bunch of people in a room with a pot and ask them to throw in whatever they see. There has to be editing here, and there has to be a support in order to make something truly fantastic.
Yep. Steve, simply Steve, says F rating again. Alt title, Rewrite 3, The Search for Insane Ways. And he flips her off.
Yeah.
Captain Chicken Man. Well, I know what you want. So why not? Why not give it to you? Where we can find it anyway. Where are they? Oh, yeah.
Cass, Super Cass.
a doctor, not a voyeur.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Cass? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Neelix, and I strongly dislike Cass. Ew.
I mean, let's face it. That's what he wanted. That's what he wanted.
So good.
Captain Chicken Man, Supercast Janeway on vacation to rescue bologna and cooked turkey. I mean, Tuvok, boring up. Indeed, buddy, indeed.
Very slow, very slow. Hey, Steve.
Bubba Dim wants us D, alternative title, Voyager visits the intergalactic flag, J for dilithium and fried chicken gizzard. Janeway tried her hand at a lot lizard. Whoa. A lot lizard. Just wait, that's coming. I joke, but the writers are beating a dead horse.
Bubba Doom, harsh, just savage.
Wagner says, "Great. Why, as in why, am I watching this?" I would be asking when this show gets good, but then I remember that next week we get Threshold. Well, then, yeah, these things take time, buddy. In the final review this evening, I hope.
Yes.
From the great Mark D with a C, and join us when you are able, if you feel like
Chief Engineer.
Chief Engineer. It says A+++. This is the greatest episode ever. I love it. It was so wonderful.
Don't do it to him.
He says D. Nobody puts Janeway in a corner.
Yeah.
No one puts no one puts Janeway in a corner. I think he means. Okay, so Joel Gray's dad, was good in this episode, but it was boring and pointless. The episode was written just to get to the scene with Janeway telling Caleb
Yes.
she is his daughter.
You were
Touching
waiting for
scene,
it.
but this episode is a waste of time.
We were waiting for Kira to do it. Kira just did it.
Yep. If Tellurium is so critical to an Intrepid class starship, would they carry plenty on board or be able to replicate it?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone knows.
How about those bioneural gel packs?
Yeah, how about them? What's up, dude?
Mark!
Hey, Raquel has got to give Voyager a trip to summer school, I think, this summer with F's all around the board tonight. Ouch.
What in the name of heaven is this?
That was painful. Repeat the grade. Yep.
So
Yeah,
averages are
hey,
not looking good. And that I think that last episode was the worst episode of the night.
just look what's coming up next week before you talk about that. Next week, folks.
Threshold, the best episode. I gotta
Next week.
get that action figure.
You ready? Who's
Threshold.
ready?
They did make an episode. They did make action figures for
They
Threshold.
did. Yeah, you got to get that.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go,
God.
folks. We got Prototype. We got Alliances. We got Melda. We got Threshold.
Oh, it's gonna
In
be a rough one.
color. In color, baby.
It's gonna be a rough one.
You know them. You love them. Yeah,
No spoilers.
live without
I
them.
love JT Kirk. Just wait. JT Kirk. Ready?
It's with huge.
Nick Weiser.
It'll be huge, all right.
Michael Beacom. Michael Beacom's now horrified. Look at this. Whoops.
Oh my god.
Look at this.
Threshold.
Look at Michael Beacom.
Yeah, baby. My favorite. My favorite episode.
Ugh,
I still
so
like
good.
this show a lot better than DS9 in a lot of regards, but
Yep, me too.
yeah, this week was a lot of clunkers because they reverted to that soap opera character stuff too often instead of exploring. And as you keep saying, why the heck are they stopping in places? Because they don't make the ship break down or run out of energy. Come up
It's
with a
dumb.
different plot to put the ship in peril. I mean, there's plenty of things you can do. Voyager's all out on their own.
That's right.
But so every time they get into combat and then Janeway's not fighting back right away, it's like you've got no way to fix this ship if something really goes wrong. There's no star bases around. You got to, open, shoot all your phasers, and I know you got to conserve your photon torpedoes, but she's too I don't know, not aggressive enough. I think it's ridiculous.
Nuts.
So.
Hey, Clubby, Malachi's here.
Malachi, hey there.
Hey, Malachi, how you
Doing
doing, honey?
well,
Nice
good.
to see you.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
It's also the fact that it's not very sciencey, right? Like
Yeah.
when we're talking about reclamation, and that's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about that one of the linchpins, if not the linchpin, in Star Trek, is the fact that we beat the energy problem. And the energy problem is what is holding humanity back from doing all these strange and wonderful things and going to these far-flung places. So to revert to the energy problem, it's not enjoyable for me. I want something else. And with these F's, I'm making it really clear, and I'm going to make it really clear again. Most people who hate Voyager, they don't give certain episodes A's like I do, because I do. There are some episodes that are A's and some that are B's and some that are C's, but many are F's. But I just want to say, as a person with a degree in writing and editing, that I don't blame the writers like the public does, or like everybody who did reviews on Voyager. Oh, the writing's terrible. Oh, the writing's awful. No, it's a corporate writing room with a bunch of people sitting in it trying to churn out as many stories as they possibly can. But so I would like to sort of change that dialogue for folks to understand that it's really important to buy short stories. It's really important to go to the public and say to the public, hey, can you submit some really great short stories? And then what you do is you get a bunch of really wonderful teleplay people, and you get a room full of writers. And then what you do is you have this steady stream of short stories coming in. You have teleplay people who are genius at turning it into screenplays, and you have writers to help develop the ideas further, possibly expand them. And then you have people who work in production and direction and editing and continuity, and they help guide that whole process. It's very clear here that a lot of really wonderful ideas were produced, but by the writers' room, by these writers. But there are some things missing here. One is this short story process. You need to go and ask the public to give you something that's good. When Gene Roddenberry went to the studio initially, he had 10 fully formed stories in his head. They're already there. But when you put a bunch of corporate writers into a room and you ask them to churn it out on a regular basis, people are going to be very fatigued. They're not going to be able to get the ideas over the finish line. And they're also not going to be responsible. This is why they start using nom de plumes, and they want to back away from saying that they were a writer on the show or that they contributed to an episode, when we know that there were tons of fingers, dirty fingers in this pie. And so I think everyone should accept responsibility, not just blame the writers. I would like to also blame the production, blame the editing team, blame the people in charge of continuity, blame the people who directed this crap, because you can't just blame it all on the writers. That's BS.
Well, they use I don't know. I can't tell you this is true or not. This might be anecdotal. I don't know. But I have talked to people before that said back during somewhere in the late 80s and into the early 90s, throughout the time of when Star Trek was had a couple of different shows, they were accepting scripts or reading. At least, each series would they used to receive a bunch of scripts from fans and people like that. They used to get a lot of scripts sent to them, and there have been stories of some fans, quote unquote fans, or people who have submitted scripts that had their scripts used. Now, of course, it went through a lot of people, but they were. I've talked to. There was a guy I talked to him. One of his when I first started. It was right before I first started my BTR show and stuff. I met him on some other podcast or something like that. he had, he had one script show sold to Deep Space Nine. He was always bragging about it. Of course, I guess it wasn't even his occupation that much. And I've had 2 or 3 other friends talk about to confirm that. Said, oh yeah, they'd sent scripts, and they said they'll let you send about 2 of them, and that's it. Once they see your name over and over again, they stop. And they were looking at scripts written by fans. Were they buying them? I don't know. Were they using them? I don't know. But it has been told, I've seen a number of people say that they were inundated with scripts, especially into the 90s, and they did use some. Again, yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but I've heard it talked about a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good to trust the fans to write things, because then it can become fan fiction. But I think it's also really important to be open to story submission, but like I said, it's also like people need to understand that the writing process is not just a writer. It's not just an author. And for many years, people have been blaming Voyager just on the writing. And that, I'm telling you as a professional person from this industry, that you can't say that. That's not exactly true. There a lot of people are responsible here. Like, for instance, the continuity. Let's talk about the continuity. So you're writing for a Star Trek show, and you have this really exciting short story that comes to you, and you want to cultivate it. You want to turn it into a teleplay. And so you start to massage it in the writer's room, and people start to have different ideas, and they're wondering how much it's going to cost and how many different, scenes they're going to need, and if they're going to need extras and all of these things. Well, they're all focusing on that. But it's also important to remember that when you tell a fan, or when you lead a fan to believe that Chakotay is from a planet on the Cardassian border in a neutral zone that is now a disputed territory between the Federation and Cardassia, or worse, Bajor and Cardassia, and that there are Aboriginal people living there, then you don't then turn around and say that Chakotay is actually from Earth. He's from the Rubber Tree people, and they were seeded, their minds and souls were seeded by aliens. They had no existence prior. They were basically just grunting cavemen. This does not make sense to a viewer. When the viewer has it in their mind that, okay, a group of Aboriginal people wanted to go and restore their traditional way of life, so they went to colonize a planet. So this is where continuity comes into play. So this is what I'm talking about how editors protect authorship. They protect authors. So then you're sitting in that room and you say, hey, wait a second here. Didn't we write Chakotay doing this instead? Wasn't Chakotay living on the border of Cardassia with that colony of Aboriginal people who wanted to have a restored way of life because Earth had become too technical and too scientifically advanced? And then the writer's room goes, okay, let's come up with a line to make that make sense then. See, there's a whole package here. When you're a writer, you're not on your own where you just write something and then the public suddenly reads it. There's an entire process behind that. In writing, for instance, you write the rough draft. You go back, you reread it, you edit it, you proofread it, you sort of test your own writing, and then you send it off to a copywriter. And then from a copywriter, you might go to a substantive editor first to ask the substantive editor, hey, is all of this working together? And then it goes to copy editing, and then it goes to proofreading. And you want to know why this process exists, folks? Because when you're writing, you're blind to all of that. You see your own writing so much and your own ideas raw so much, and you're so caught up in developing them that you have to have outside, or what we call in the editing business, clean eyes. They're not polluted. They don't overread paragraphs, not finding errors. And so I think it's very important to blame Jerry Taylor, Michael Piller, and Brennan Braga here. I believe they should also be blamed. They deserve a lot of blame. It's not just the writers. That's not the way writing works. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and that's why editors so important with continuity too. So I know in the comic book world where we finally got you to read comics, I mean you had famous editors, especially the history of comics. There's just so much stuff going on, and of course a writer could miss or maybe not know an episode, a series as well. And of course, today it's a lot easier to stream shows or watch shows, but that's the job of the series producers and editors to say, hey, well that doesn't fit in, and to catch that mistake by the writer, or maybe tweak things so they fit in to the story better. And you're 100% right about reading stuff over and over. So for work, I do a lot of copy stuff and instruction manuals, boring stuff, but sometimes you read stuff over and over, and then someone says, oh, didn't you see that typo there, or that mistake, or that word? And it's like your brain is wired, as you said, to see your own writing, and then you always give it to a fresh set of eyes to read something. Just read this and just double check this, just to see if there's
in editing,
a
we
mistake
even
there.
train ourselves to, if we've read a text one way through, we read it backwards. So we actually read the sentences, the last sentence, we begin at the last sentence and read backwards. And we're doing that because we want to alter the state of mind so you actually focus on the actual composition. You're not focused on the story. A person who sits down to do a proofreading for a novel or a comic or any of these other things, any form of publication, is not sitting down to find out if there are plot holes. That person's only job is to sit down and say, okay, that apostrophe doesn't belong there. Oh my gosh, you missed the terminal mark. That is the only job that person does. And so I want to inform the public, because when we're talking about these things, it's very important to realize just how wonderful Gene Roddenberry was as this genius person who was overseeing his creation and making sure that all of these decisions worked in harmony to world build. You need world building. And now people, just using the Chakotay example because it's from tonight, now you see people go on the internet, on social media, and they're arguing and fighting about the origin story of Chakotay, and they should be. It's like the DS9 people, whether or not the Klingons were at war with the Federation, because they go back and forth so many times and say so much BS and contradict themselves so much that they create these false stories within the fandom, and that friction never ends because both people are right. It's all BS.
Yep.
But I did end up enjoying it, and this is my second time watching the show. I watched it, when it came out, and unlike giving up on DS9, there's a lot that I did like about the show, and of course, I think it also hurts it to watch them back to back to back. In some ways, you're getting too much, too much at once, and that's just my, my opinion. Sometimes watching it exposes maybe the flaws are there, but maybe you don't catch them as much when you're watching it weekly. I don't know if anyone else would agree or disagree with that, but if it's a bad episode, it's a bad episode. But I think, and also, I know, we're reviewing these, and you're not just casually watching it, so maybe I pay a little bit more attention to some of the plot points or the weaknesses. That doesn't excuse the show, but overall, I ended up liking Voyager. But I think this show does get, next to Enterprise, probably the most what do you call it, hate, but dislike, strong dislike.
It's true.
So,
hey there, Crease. Welcome.
Crease is here. Crease. Hey,
Crease,
baby. Thank you for stopping in.
It's undeserved, but it's true. Well, in the case of Enterprise, it's well undeserved.
Yeah.
Here, kind of get some of the stuff it deserves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like it, but
yeah.
There are
But the
some
public shouldn't be
stinkers there.
directing it only at the writers, because it's not just the writers.
no.
The public, it's very important for the public to realize, like, one of the things that I definitely wanted to explore once we got to Voyager is this idea of the way that storytelling works, and that there are lots of working components to any form of storytelling, whether that's going to be celluloid or on paper. And And these people who were supposed to be the caretakers of the writing dropped the ball, and they did not do a good job. And Gene Roddenberry talks in that interview that he gave just before he died, like the 4-day long or week long or whatever interview. He talked about arguing and fighting with Michael Piller, and I think being honest about the way that the writing process works just shows just how incredible Gene Roddenberry was, that he was there, he was sitting in the chair, and he was making sure that nothing polluted his world, because his world made sense. He created an entire world in his own mind, and he brought it to life. And we all believed in it because his story made sense, because he was caretaking it while working with these other people. Obviously, the Holy Trinity helped, right? And Gene L. Kuhn and DC Fontana. But Gene started out alone, and he cultivated this idea, and he protected this idea. And so the more you involve corporations, and the more you take out the personal responsibility of the storyteller, the more shit it is.
When you have it's all things through life, really, with the store where it's poorly run, that doesn't have the right products, and no one working for the employees or jerks to customers, whatever it is, it all comes down from the top, no matter where it is. I mean, who's calling the shots, who is making all the decisions. Sure, I mean, there's no excuse for someone to be a bad employee of any kind, but still coming down from the top. You hired the guy, you hired these people, you put them together, you ordered this stuff. The business model, you're putting it together, so you do go to the top, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an analogy in sports. I mean, and we don't do sports ball here, of course, but just saying, hey,
What's analogy though?
Usually it's the analogy works. It's usually going to be the head coach that gets all the blame, because you can't. And then that's a different. Again, it's you're talking about corporations. In a sense, it's the same, because in sports, you certainly ain't going to fire the owner of the team. So he's going to fire the general manager, and that trickles down to the coach and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the player not getting the hits, aka the actor's not going to get fired, or not until next year maybe. Yeah.
No matter how shitty the players are, they're going to go, yeah, but that coach is putting them out there. That crappy player wouldn't be out there without that coach.
And you can't get rid of the player
Kirk,
usually.
that's
right?
incredibly kind of you to say.
Unless you're
Thank
Jerry
you, sweetheart.
Jones.
You've received a gift from JT Kirk, boss man.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you, Raquel, for your insight into the creative process. Indeed. Absolutely.
It's my pleasure, and I think it empowers the public. Everyone has their own area of expertise, and when I go to my mechanic and I ask him something, he knows stuff that I couldn't possibly know, and so I get all intimidated, and I'm not sure what to say or what to think. But the thing is, with this whole writing process and this whole corporate takeover of arts and entertainment, when I agreed to get involved with podcasts, one of the things that I set out to do was to demystify and empower the public with a knowledge of why things are happening the way that they are, and what's going on behind the scenes. That education can mobilizes the public to be very articulate about the things that they don't like and why. Like the word woke, that caught on very quickly, and everyone loved that term, and it was very nebulous, and there were even folks who completely disagreed on what it meant. And that's why when I came in and I tried to be respectful and explain, no, you don't like hegemony, you don't like hyperdidacticism. And hyperdidacticism is another one of those terms from editing, where it's as big of a term as like purple prose. That's when an editor sits somebody down and says, oh my goodness, please, this is way too much admonishment and instructing the reader. You have a stranglehold on your reader. Go back, rewrite this, and have some respect for your audience. And so that's why I wanted to show people, no, it's hyperdidacticism. And then when you're looking at this corporate entity trying to shape culture with no artists, no authors, no artists, just corporations creating content, That's why I introduced the word hegemony, that dominance, that leadership. Corporations want to lead and control arts and entertainment. So it's a very dangerous situation. And so if we can mobilize people to use words like hyperdidacticism and hegemony and talk about that leadership and that dominance and that control and that admonishment and that infantilization of the public, we really put a nail in the coffin of the thing we're trying to lay to rest, instead of using these big terms that really no one can nail down. So it has been a pleasure to be with all of you, and thank you for even being interested in a single word I have to say. I appreciate you all so much, and thank you for having me, and thank you for being friends with me. I just love you all very much.
Back at you. You're great to be here.
Yeah, learning all these new big words. It's great.
Yeah.
Although I did know, I got to kind of laugh because hegemonic was one of those terms. My friend, shout out to Larry, who's not listening to this. One of my old Star Trek buddies had a T-shirt, hegemonic and proud, because we had a school teacher, AP history teacher, was going off on, lecturing all the time about that. So he made that shirt as a joke to tweak the teacher, and he would wear it around, and no one would know, like, what's hegemonic mean, like, no one had, and this is before the internet, where you actually had to get a dictionary to look up the meaning of a word. So he would just get kicks like walking around with that shirt. So I love hearing that word. It's an old-time favorite. So
well, it's good, and now more than ever, there is no precision in diction, and I think in previous generations there was some exaggeration. Everybody's worried about the obstreperous nature of the English language. It's forever changing. It's growing. Meanings change, and so on and so forth. But when you're in a conversation with someone you've never met on the internet, and you say, oh, you know what, that's effing woke, it's very easy for that person to turn around and say, no, it's not woke, it's great. And nobody is even agreeing on what woke means. But if you say to someone,
that word is transformed now to not
yes,
mean.
that's right.
It's in the popular lexicon. It just basically, we don't talk politics here, but just basically, quote unquote, means liberal these days. That's how it's kind of evolved into meaning, and no one really does any research or thinks
That's
about
right.
the word means. It just means, quote unquote, liberal or uber liberal, whatever kind of term you want to use. So
yeah, but if you said to someone, I really hated that Star Wars episode because it was a corporate hegemony. It was like a corporation was telling me what is good and what isn't good and how I should think. And there were political messages in it. That's corporate hegemony. I don't want that. I don't need to be my partisanship led by a corporation. I don't want my art to be led by a corporation. It's really hard to wiggle out of that kind of conversation. Or if you say to somebody, I did not like that story because it was hyper didactic, then it's really hard for that person to wiggle out of that story, because the person can't just turn
or they
around
might
and
get
say,
mad at you for swearing at them. They don't know what the
no, but
word
they
is.
can't turn
I
around and
joke
say to
with
you,
you.
oh, no, it's not. Because it's very easy to provide that evidence for that person, and for that person to see the semiotics, to see the themes, the signs, the symbols, the things going on in the piece that are trying to shape the things you believe and how you behave. And when that's a corporation, I will definitely tell you that as a scholar, I think that that's one of the most dangerous things that can happen to society. Is it okay if it's just a person? Absolutely. I actually think it's cool when it's a person. If you sit down and you open a book and somebody challenges the things you believe, and you're reading what they're saying, and you're deciding whether or not you agree, I think that's marvelous. But when a corporation comes along and says, you know what? There isn't going to be any more arts. There isn't going to be any more entertainment. You know what we're going to do from now on? We're going to do corporate content. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to shape society with that content. That is incredibly dangerous. And you have to go at it with precision diction. You have to say exactly what they can never wiggle out of. Don't let them wiggle out.
Yeah.
Plus, it's
Yeah.
going to keep getting worse too. As the streaming. There's no more commercials now. And I was just reading an article. Maybe they think that ESPN might, eventually go kerflooey with Disney. They're losing money, and they said the average $9 a month. The average cable TV customer pays for ESPN and sports ball. Can you imagine that? So that's one of the reasons. That's the paradox. That's why everyone's dropping cable because it's so expensive with all these packages, and they think that maybe ESPN would have to charge $20 or $30 a month to break even because now sports commands such a high payment in terms, the players and everyone, how expensive it is. So, but then that's a vicious cycle too, because then, back in the day when you only had three major networks, and you put out quality programming, but you were getting a gazillion eyeballs on, usually on one of those three networks. Obviously, not every show was a hit, but you get millions and millions of viewers. I mean, this Star Trek Voyager, it's not that old, right? I mean, that second season debuted with 10 million viewers and averaged about 8 million viewers an episode. So I mean, most shows, people would, they would die to have 8 million viewers per episode. So the TV and streaming, it's just so fragmented. I think that's why you're seeing, big cutbacks on the amount of shows. And I'd rather have a few really good shows instead of a gazillion very mediocre shows. But if there's no money to spend and to get quality
that's what the
writers,
attention economy has brought us, though. They've brought us these content. These corporations are now these content farms, and it will only worsen as they look to AI to make cheaper and cheaper products, so they can make more and more profit. And I think the public has vastly underestimated the relationship betwixt advertising and arts and entertainment. Advertising is really it really pays for a lot, and it allows the corporations to make enough money where they will start hiring artists again. But as it stands, they're looking for a profit that traditional comms and creators can't provide. Insert name here. Thank you for the compliment.
Hello there. Insert name here. Welcome.
Hell.
So yeah.
Well.
Anyway, it's a sad thing when you see the influence of corporations on things that you really love. And I think at the Voyager stage of the Star Trek development, you're really seeing these corporate writing rooms take over. There is no longer Gene Roddenberry sitting in a chair beyond that camera saying, "I'm sorry, you can't say that. You must say this instead. And can you do me a favor? Can you please send the censor guy to go and get some turkey sandwiches because I want to have some belly button in this shot." The guy, the dream, the visionary, the artist was not there. Imagine trying to create works without Da Vinci. You can call in the AI and you can ask the AI to recreate what Da Vinci has created, but you won't. And so I think that corporations are going to have to reconcile that fact when AI doesn't turn out exactly the way they think. Well, at least I hope.
Well,
we can tell the AI generated articles. It's been happening a long time in sports and finance. And you just read the article and just something about this is off. I mean, just you can catch it, but I was reading one paper. They're making fun of the articles. Was that AI writing high school sports articles, and it was just so bad and generic. They finally agreed to hire a human, but you can tell the AI. But eventually, who knows? It exponentially gets better. So, but it's scary. Yeah.
Life was so much simpler when we had a factory in the living room, when the corporations would call you into the living room, and that is where the entire factory of arts and entertainment took place. We had TV tables and frozen TV dinners, and everyone was very excited. Mom, come in here. You won't believe what's happening on Star Trek. And it was so much easier when they had to draw us into the living room. Now that's upended. We are immersed in the attention economy, and our eyeballs are all over the place, and folks don't want to have advertising for their arts and entertainment. And so the entire system of comms has been upended, and it's kind of gross watching corporations trying to figure it out. It's been a long time coming though, and it'll be a long time getting it back to where it needs to be. But folks at home, don't give up on artists. Don't give up on artistry. Don't give up on writers, true writers, good writers. And don't give up on that relationship that you used to have with an author when you'd sit down and open Dickens and enjoy yourself, or open up a Bronte and have that instant connection, or open up Cervantes and be taken to another place. There are still people out there that are doing that. Just the corporations aren't giving it voice. Right now it's content milling. And this will pass. I hope. But the best Star Trek will always be TOS, because the man who created it, the storyteller, not the corporation, was in charge of it.
At least for 2 years.
Just for 2 years. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look at the music industry. I mean, growing up, we were talking about this tonight because one of our friends, their daughter, just has been working in the music out in California. And music is basically free now. I mean, you get a streaming service or Spotify or whatever. You can get any song, any album ever made. So now the artists have basically had to shift to, making money from touring. That's really the only way, unless you're, a mega superstar. But even the big stars, that's really where all their money comes from. So that was the shift, and that's how they're surviving now. And I know, Raquel, a lot about that world. As you've said, you grew up in a musical family, but think of what a shock that was to musicians and bands, and that whole the whole ecosystem that supports them. It's not just the musicians. You got advertising, promoters, and
Yes.
What a shock that was. So I think we're seeing that same thing now with the writer strike and the actor strike and TV and streaming. It's all coming to a head pretty quickly. I think we'll see some action on the AI front, and I think companies are finally realizing they can't just waste money and produce garbaggio too. So hopefully it'll turn around. And there are some great shows like Cobra Kai out there, and a lot of new shows that I do enjoy. But yeah, a lot of it is a lot of it leaves a lot to be desired. So.
Yeah. And it's important for people to understand the way that these things work, and the fact that the arts and entertainment ecosystem has always been dependent upon advertising, multiple levels of advertising. And so when you bring all of this information together, it really is okay. It is just okay for you to say, I really, really love Star Trek TOS. Those first 2 seasons were absolutely incredible. It's okay that you're saying that, because that's evidence based more than folks realize, because it's the traditional relationship between an individual and an artist, a creator, a visionary, a beautiful person that wanted to make something wonderful, like reading Tolkien. That you're not dealing with a corporate content farm. You're dealing with a man who had a story to tell. And so it's I give you all permission to say that you love TOS those first 2 seasons, and not feel any shame. It's okay. Corporate influence, it's okay to say you don't appreciate corporate influence and you notice it. It's all right to say that you notice it. Put your finger on it and say, hey, I know what that is. That's poopy.
Poopy diapers. Well, about time to run out of here, folks. We're going to move on here. I want to thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Really appreciate it. You've all been fantastic. As always, what a great crowd. just amazing. We're going to start making our ways out of here. And the best way to do that is start with our wonderful, amazing first officer. Any closing words you may have, go for it.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. I love you very much. Hail to the chat. Thank you so much for all of your beautiful conversation tonight. Man, you guys are wonderful conversationalists. I love your ideas. I love your reviews. I love your personalities, your jokes. Scuba Pete, the professor of pun, and his gorgeous songs. Just if I went about naming each and every one of you, I could be here all night. I just want you to know that I attempt to read each and every single thing you say in the chat, and that it means so much to us. And it's just absolutely wonderful. I love your company. So thank you for being here. I also want to thank the Wrenches. Thank you so much for helping us to clobber another 4 episodes of Voyager. I also want to thank my Patreon subs, Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Cardinal Sin, Shoota, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kane Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C and his beautiful family, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dadman and the Dadman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance, and Rob Altis. I also want to do a shout out to Max Redstone. Everyone knows he had an operation to have another operation. That's pretty serious. That's 2 surgeries back to back. He's on the mend. He's taking some antibiotics, but he's not feeling well, folks. And he could sure use your prayers. He could sure use your support, your good vibrations. He could also maybe use a couple of letters or notes to send to him on social media, just saying, hey, keep your chin up, bud. I also want to send some love out to our buddy Enigmatic Drop Bear.
Yeah.
He's gone through chemotherapy, and he's given me permission to talk about it, and I'm going to keep talking about it because this guy's my hero. This wonderful person who we all love, who gives the most beautiful reviews and is so kind and so intelligent to everyone. He lost all of his hair this week. And so he just decided to shave it all off and just go full Kojak. That's right. He's full on Delton. But he has taken an oath of celibacy. No, I'm kidding. So I just, it's very important for all of us to stand behind this beautiful person who we all spend 4 hours with every weekend, because that's your relationship to this man. You spend 4 hours with him every weekend. This is our friend. And it's okay for you to call him your friend. He's our buddy, and we love him. He's a good guy. So Captain Kojak, Captain Delton, Enigmatic Drop Bear, we love you, sweetheart. And you have a whole team of people behind you. You fight, and you're going to win this.
Buddy.
You're going to kick ass on this and emerge on the other side victorious. I want to thank every single person who sent Clobby a gift. Thank you for keeping the lights on at this virtual comic book shop. You rock my world, babies. Thank you. I want to thank everyone who lurked. I know it can be intimidating or just time consuming. Some of you are listening to us in the car. Some of you are at work. Thank you for lurking. You don't have to participate in the chat. Of course, you're always welcome and we love you, but thank you for lurking, especially. And thank you to everyone who shared this stream, who subs, who just contributes to this 735 Club. You clobberers, you clobberooskies. I love you guys. Thank you. And I also want to thank Mark D with the C for everything he does behind the scenes. Thank you, buddy. And last but certainly not least, Clobby, I love you so much, sweetheart. Thank you for making this space for us and making Saturday Night Star Trek Clobby's very own mini Star Trek convention every Saturday night. Love you, baby. Mwah!
Wow. Thank you so much. I love you. But where am I? Oh, I want to say, thank you, Bubba Doom. Appreciate that, buddy. He says, Bobby, I sent you an animated Batman short in your Twitter DMs. I'd love to get your take on it. Batman Broken Promises. I'm not sure if I've seen that or not. I got to go check, but I will watch it. I'll watch it tonight, and I'll write you back. Thank you so much for that. I did notice that you sent it, but at the time I was doing something, so I have not had a chance to see it yet. But you know, if it's Batman, I will watch it. If I haven't seen it before, and I can't, maybe I have. Well, I'll know in the first couple of minutes. But either way, I will give you my take on it. And thank you so much for that kind super chat. I appreciate you. Closing words number 2, of course. Chief Engineer.
Oh, thank you for those kind words, Raquel. And yeah, Ed, pulling for you. Hope get well soon. And yeah, it's a tough road, but you can win the battle. So keep fighting. Never give up, never surrender. To quote my one of my favorite Star Trek movies. But we'll have Sunday Night Geekery. Well, in my time zone here, that's tonight. Probably I can't go too late because I'm doing a barbecue for about 150 to 170 people on Monday, Labor Day. So we got the whole pig and about 15 racks of ribs and about 9 pork butts going in various smokers. So I'll be busy, but no. So we will turn into a little foodery on Sunday night. But just always appreciate being here and hanging out. Even if Raquel gave all the episodes F's, so it was a lot of fun. But not to hear enough that many raspberries tonight. Maybe the episodes were so bad they didn't even warrant the raspberry. But yes, JT Kirk, I did go whole hog. Yep, got the whole hog is in the backyard right now. So you'll see some pictures of that. But yeah, so looking forward to hanging out with everyone on Sunday Night Geekery. And Tuesday night is Toxic Tuesday's 100th episode. So that's going to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first movie. One of Nick's favorite movies. I don't think it's very toxic, but his favorite, and it's his channel. So he can have whatever movie he wants on Tuesday, so I'm not going to argue with him on that one. But yeah, looking forward to hanging out with some of you for Toxic Tuesday as well. So everyone have a great holiday weekend, a great Labor Day. Do not work on Labor Day if you don't have to. But God bless all those first responders and people and nurses, doctors. There's a lot of people that do have to work on Labor Day. So yeah, thanks. A big shout out to them too.
Well said.
So everyone, thank you. But so everyone have a great holiday, and summer's almost over. Very sad, but for
Scoutmaster folks, can you tell this man leads young boys to being gentlemen? Can you tell he's a good guy, isn't
he? Thank you. But yeah, and well, to our friends who are in the southern climes, where it's really hot, maybe they're gonna enjoy the getting a little bit cooler. But I know for us, we're not looking forward to snow. But yeah, have a great weekend, everyone. Yep.
Ed, I cannot even put properly into words what you meant to us as a friend over the past couple of years, and that you've been hanging out with us. But it makes our night. Every Saturday night, you all make our night when we see who pops in, because not everyone can be there every night. We understand that, but we've been hanging out with you so much, doing this. Anytime, believe us when I tell you, because Raquel knows this. Anytime someone we have as a regular doesn't show up, we know it. Like, you can't be every night, so if you didn't make it, you don't owe us anything, of course. But we do know it. We go, hey, I didn't see so-and-so this week or last week. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen so-and-so. We know this, just so you'll know. We that you hanging out with us matters to us. You don't owe us a damn thing. We're just saying we appreciate you.
Yeah.
And the same thing is, so by the same token, when you do show up, like when I see your name pop in there, and I would like to write all the names down, shout everybody out for the shout outs and stuff. It just does my heart good instead of seeing our regulars. Obviously, it's always cool when we see a new person pop in. But, when we see friends who've been here for a while, and then we've had some friends that were with us for a long time, and then we haven't seen them in forever. I'm guessing now just because they don't like Voyager. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, we love them and hope they're okay. And you've been one of the greatest friends of this channel for a long time, Enigmatic Drop Bear Buddy. And look, everyone's here with you. And we love you, and we're just gonna always be pulling for you, bro. And I wish we could do more than just words. I wish there was more than we can do with words and vibes and things like that. But it is all we have, and therefore, yeah. Thank you for being a friend here, and best of luck, buddy. And we're right here with you. We're right here with you.
Maybe it's good that we don't know where enigmatic Drop Bear lives and we don't know his real name. Because could you imagine if we all showed up to the hospital?
Plus,
He
it
would
would,
be face palming. He would be like, "Oh no, here come the clobberers! Here
there
they
you go.
come!"
It would ruin his name of enigmatic. So
Yes, yes, it's true.
can't
It's
have that.
true.
Before we get out of here, I think and along those lines, what happened? We do need to get out of here, but we're going to answer a question of a friend of ours who's we popped in. We haven't seen him much in here, but he's been here the past couple of weeks. So, Parker Luck, what's that, Matt Bird? I don't know what that means, but I like the Parker Luck name. Asks, here's my question for you three, and we got to go really quick with it now, or I'll just go and we're going to go quick. But
Okay, I
can
got
you
him.
rank your least favorite of the main captains of each series? Of the main captains of each series, I mean, your least favorite. I guess you're talking all the shows. Well,
Yeah,
for me,
captain's worst to best, I guess, right?
yeah, I guess. I would have to say probably Janeway is probably the one I like the least because of how crazy she's written sometimes. But the same thing can be said for Picard. It's tough. It's a tough call between Janeway and Picard. That's my least favorite because they're both fine enough characters at sometimes, and other times they're written just so batshit crazy, or boring, or whatever. In a good particularly like this, they're serviceable. They're like almost like NPCs in the fact that if they're well written enough for an episode, then the acting's fine. The actor's fine, and they've been really, really good in some episodes. And then a really bad one, or when they're written really poorly, or you could tell they're being written as a mouthpiece to some kind of crazy agenda that these characters are written for, then they could be really bad. Those are the only three, especially Picard and Janeway. But even Cisco sometimes, who I liked a lot better till this last run of DS9, those are the ones that I can say that I have criticisms of. I actually think Jonathan Archer is underrated. He's a great actor, not just a great actor, but a great character through and through. And I can't tell you really too many instances, and I know I get smacked for this a lot, that where I didn't like him, thoroughly enjoy him, and love him as a character, and just think I think he's great. And I mean, but obviously he can have his moments with, they all do, but he's one that I would say that I don't have any seriously problems with at all. And of course, the guy who just stands heads and shoulders above all of them forever will be James T. Kirk. Nobody comes close. He is the only version that matters, the original series. And movie versions, but you know what I mean. William Shatner only. No one even gets into the same stratosphere. So that's the best way I could put that to you, Parker, if you're still with us. I hope you got your answer. So
I have my answer really fast.
go
Number 1 is Kirk. Number 2 is Pike. Number 3 is a tie between Archer and Straker. Number 4 is that should have made Clobby laugh. Number 4
That made
is
me laugh.
Cisco. Number 5 is Janeway, and number 6 is Poopy Stew. Mr. I have to call a meeting. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom?
Well, I have to do a revision now. You put Pike in there, so he's only in one episode, so I just don't think of him as a series captain. But now I would have to put him, of course, between after Kirk. So, and then right there with Archer. And who did you put over? Oh, you put Straker. Well, I love Straker, but he's not a captain.
I went Kirk, Pike, because Pike was the original conceptualization that the studio said no to, but it's Gene's baby. So I have to put Pike at the top right under Kirk. Kirk is the ultimate captain of all time. Second's got to be Pike. Gene had another idea there and he couldn't get it through those studio execs, but Pike is precious to me and I'm really enjoying early voyages. It's making it worse. Like my love for Pike is growing because of Clobby. I have a two-way tie for number 3. Of course, that being Archer, because I'm a huge Enterprise fan. And Straker, Ed Straker, because I love UFO. And then Cisco, he's meh. Janeway, insane way. Bang way. Let's land this, even though we don't know how way. And then, of course, I have to call a meeting because I have to go to the bathroom.
And that's a reference to Captain Conference, as I always called it.
Captain
It's-
Conference.
It's just called Captain Conference. So, okay, if I have to have a certain order, then that bottom three will be Cisco, Janeway, Cisco, Picard, Janeway for me. So, yeah. So, Marco.
Mark.
Sure, yeah, I'll go quick too. Yeah. Well,
There's a
Kirk is
spreadsheet.
this is a no brand. I mean, come on, it's got to be Kirk, right? Number one, Archer. Two, finally watched Enterprise after years of not watching it. Was pleasantly surprised. So, three Picard, four Cisco, five Janeway, and Pike. I don't consider a regular captain, but I do love his character in Star Trek.
Real
but,
Pike. I mean, that's how I make the
Real-
distinction.
Well, yeah.
Real
well,
Pike.
there is another Pike out there.
Jeffrey
Well,
Hunter.
Jeffrey Hunter.
Yeah,
I
Jeffrey
should say,
Hunter,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, and I think
know,
Raquel loves the comics so much too. So I love hearing that and how much. Yeah, that's a great. He's a well developed, well designed captain, or well created captain. So and he's
Bubba
different
Doom
from
is
Kirk,
making
too.
it worse, guys. Look at this. He just put Jellicoe in the chat.
Oh,
So I would,
Jellicoe, I
okay,
love it.
so
Ace
if
Iron.
so
ahead,
if
Surrender.
we're doing that, then it's Kirk, Pike, Archer, Straker as tied for third. Then I would put Jellicoe, then Cisco, then Janeway, then Poopy Stew.
Well, I've got to have an addendum too. So I'm adding Jason Naismith as my number 3 captain, then above Picard from Galaxy
right.
Quest.
Ace Cast Iron
Hey, so that's what it actually it's
and CC 1701, sir. Hope you're having a great week. And
what?
I miss Ace Cast Iron.
Hey, buddy, good to see you, man. Love you, bro. He says Kirk Jellicoe.
Yeah, so Commander
yeah.
Taggart beats Picard
Yeah.
in my opinion. Yeah.
That's he doesn't even have a P Hard or no, he didn't put P Hard or Insane Way on his list. Yeah,
Insane
and
way.
he watched all the PR of Next Generation too. He didn't even have it on there.
Yeah, that's Ace
But yeah,
for you.
Cisco, I really liked him a lot until, and I still do, but some of that last couple of seasons. But Archer's is so much better to me. And Jellicoe, he's only putting Jellicoe in there because Jellicoe put all those weenies on the Enterprise in their place like they deserve.
Yeah, that's why.
And he
everyone
does
loves
great
Jellicoe.
memes too.
Yeah.
Jellicoe's the best memes on the interwebs.
Jellicoe's memes are good memes.
Yeah, I like the Jellicoe. All right, everybody. Well, let's see here. Now, shout out. Show notes are as follows. Pretty simple. Tomorrow night on the Geekery, Geekin' We Shall Go on Mark's channel.
Thank you.
You guys did you get all your shout and word?
Oh, and I want to shout out my Patreons too. I better do that.
We'll do it.
Brian Hepburn, Rob Altus, and Larry. So thank you guys for supporting my channel. Much appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely. I'll say 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Mark's Sunday night geekery. Never fear, it will soon be Sunday night eatery. And look forward to that. I'll be on J-Man's great channel, my good buddy, at 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern. We're of course reviewing all of the Legion of Superheroes appearances in chronological order from their Silver Age first appearance to their Bronze Age last appearance. So we got a long way to go on that. We're still only in 1964. And I'm having a great fun doing that with J-Man and Decepticon. They're new to the Legion, and we're having a blast. So looking forward to that on Monday night. And then, of course, I'll have a normal show. I'm not sure what it'll be yet. But I'll have a Mark C. Open comic talk show on Monday night as well, and the usual stuff throughout the course of the week. Thank you all for being here with us tonight. Shout out to our fantastic wrenches, and then I'm going to shout everybody else out who's here tonight. Then we're going to get out of here. Hey, Bronze Wrencher, Eric K. Chris Persia, Vindicator Wrench of the Great White North. David Martin, Wrench of Iron. Lord Sauce, God of Wrenches. Avon lives, long live the Legion. J-Man, my partner in crime on Earth, being Legionnaire Reviewer Extraordinaire. And the Wrench Without Fear. Hungry Boy, Master of the Claboni. Stephen Callell, the Wrench Supreme. Maddie's Daddy, Wielder of Wrench Mjolnir. Thorin Jagus, Fanty Outsidey, that rascally wrench. And, of course, Clobbering Time's own Music Meister. Maximum Redstone. Feel better, buddy. Make a full recovery. We love you, man. And let me see now. Who is else to be shouted out up in heel? Up in heel. All right. I just turned my. Oh, sorry about that, everybody. Okay. Okay. Well, all right. Simply Steve, thanks for being here tonight, buddy. Joseph Dredd, here comes the judge. Shooter. Penny was here. Michael Beacom, thank you, buddy. Shout out to the lovely Cassandra. JT Kirk. Fancy outside. Oh, I already got you. But I'll get you again. Enigmatic drop bear again, buddy. Be well, be safe, and thanks for popping in, man. We're all with you. Doc Fortune. Dave G Sound. Raymond Feliciano. SP4H. Rita. Ibn Muhammad. The Tetrarch of Apathy. Sorry. Ravenscroft. Sander Hammerslag. Stephen S. Lemon Pie. Cardinal San. Sandra Feliciano. Bubba Doom 1. All right, buddy. Parker Luck. Kitty Bear. All right. Dadman Walking into the Dadman Clan, of course. Ray Lucard. And they call him Schoolboy Pete. Shout out to Wesley. Leslie, sorry. And not Wesley. That's Eric's favorite. Classic Comics. Mighty Orbots. The Woke Breaker. Touring Machine. Peter Not Finity. Suzanne Eckstein. Minimus Primeness. Jonah Hex. Wendy's. What was it? Oh, it's Maddie's daddy. I can't read. Lisa the Lovely. Ned and Amanda Bears. Larry. Katie Card. Love you, Katie. Sean Carter from Mars. Joe Dog. Fiona Princess. Hey. Midnight's Oblivion. Claude Selling. Rob Altus, buddy. Ptolemy's Minion and the Pupper. Rod Thunderheart. Mr. Angel. All right, Chef. Keely Chow. Roll that tide, buddy. Guagnar. And Malachi D. Wildman. Crease, 1984, and insert name here. I believe that's everybody now. Everyone, thank you so much. Have a fantastic Labor Day weekend, or remainder of it, and we'll see you. We hope we'll see you next week. Same Trek time, same Clobby channel. Until then, everybody, have a fantastic. Well, get some rest and then make some fun tomorrow.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Tess,
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
Neelix, I need a photograph of you.
Happy birthday.
Tess, Super Tess.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!